just making them waves. No time for crying and moaning. Rolling a blaze, catching the day. Just got this morning. Taking my time, you'll be amazed. Yeah, I got it, I got it out.
Run it, run. No, ay. I've been running out of time, think I need to rewind, feeling out of line. I put everything aside, hoping that I make it right, all the things I do. I've been running out of time, think I need to rewind, feeling out of line. I put everything aside, hoping that I make it right, all the things I do. Nonchalant, wake up feeling like I'm righteous. In my mind, see it grab me with my likeness. Up till 5, no one working like this, I guess. Put in 12-hour shifts while I write this. And I know when the black shit, they showing love. Not everyone a day one, don't lie to me. And they wanna take credit when no credit's due. Say what you want, but it don't bother me. I've been running out of time, think I need to rewind, feeling out of line. I put everything aside, hoping that I make it right, all the things I do. I've been running out of time, think I need to rewind, feeling out of line. I put everything aside, hoping that I make it right, all the things I do. Nah, no sirski, baby girl be talking sweet but used to dirt me. Wanna take a few snaps for a story. Wasn't showing no love when we was hurting, it's funny now. Nah, no sirski, baby girl be talking sweet but used to dirt me. Wanna take a few snaps for a story. Wasn't showing no love when we was hurting, it's funny now. I've been running out of time, think I need to rewind, feeling out of line. I put everything aside, hoping that I make it right, all the things I do. I've been running out of time, think I need to rewind, feeling out of line. I put everything aside, hoping that I make it right, all the things I do. I've been running out of time, think I need to rewind, feeling out of line. I put everything aside, hoping that I make it right, all the things I do. I've been running out of time, think I need to rewind.
Going straight to the sky, let me see you put your hands up. Cause we do till we die and we on another level. To the rest, wave goodbye, put baguettes in the bezel. Got a piece of the pie. Told you once, told you twice that we only got one life. Stay up. Diamond shine, best at night. You wear yours, I'll wear mine. Go dumb tonight, tonight. Dipping low with my girls tonight. Got my ice in the clouds. Cali Dro got me feeling right with my ice in the clouds. Dipping low with my girls tonight. Got my ice in the clouds. Cali Dro got me feeling right. Wanna see you put your hands up. Pointing straight to the sun, everybody lift your bands up. Celebrate cause we won, we stay on another level. Yeah, the team stay fly, word to Bruno, get your rings up. Cause the limit is the sky. Told you once, told you twice that we only got one life. Stay up. Gotta stay so young. Diamond shine, best at night. You wear yours, I'll wear mine. Go dumb tonight, tonight. Dipping low with my girls tonight. Got my ice in the clouds. Cali Dro got me feeling right with my ice in the clouds. Dipping low with my girls tonight. Got my ice in the clouds. Cali Dro got me feeling right with my ice in the clouds. Dipping low with my girls tonight. Got my ice in the clouds. Cali Dro got me feeling right with my ice in the clouds. Dipping low with my girls tonight. Got my ice in the clouds. Cali Dro got me feeling right.
This ain't what you want. I've been living out hotels for a month. I don't take any meetings after lunch. I've been spelling all my sneakers, I don't jump. Me and mine only tryna double up, yeah. Me and mine tryna build, come up front, yeah. Measure twice, cut once, what we on, yeah. Measure twice, cut once, what we on, yeah. I've been reading Proverbs all the work, yeah. And I've been shutting down the stars, yeah. Cause when it rains and it pours, yeah. And I'm ready for some more, yeah. And I've been reading all the war, yeah. And I've been shutting down the stars, yeah. Cause when it rains and it pours, yeah. And I'm ready for some more, yeah. And I've been reading all the war, and here I go again. I hope y'all never ever get the chance to win. I'm Westbrook and I'm staring at the rim, yeah. Does anybody really wanna jump with him? Yeah. I got agents who talk like the friends, yeah. I got friends only wanna talk business. I got expensive, cause winning's expensive. I got expensive, cause winning's expensive. I've been reading all the war, and I've been shutting down the stars, yeah. Cause when it rains and it pours, yeah. And I'm ready for some more, yeah. And I've been reading all the war, yeah. And I've been shutting down the stars, yeah. Cause when it rains and it pours, yeah. And I'm ready for some more, yeah. And I've been reading all the war, and I've been shutting down the stars, yeah. Cause when it rains and it pours, yeah. And I'm ready for some more, yeah. And I've been reading all the war, yeah. And I've been shutting down the stars, yeah. Cause when it rains and it pours, yeah. And I'm ready for some more, yeah. And I've been reading all the war, yeah.
Once there was a hunter who saw what others could not. With a magic case in her backpack, she roamed with wild abandon into the great unknown. Her gaze inescapable, her reflexes lightning fast. When armies swarmed, she went through. With eyes open wide, hands steady, holding, watching, capturing everything in sight.
The Crucial Pro DDR5 RAM kit comes with a sleek, modern look that will complement any build. But aesthetics aside, it's the performance that really matters. So let's dive into it. The default JEDEC timings are 46, 45, 45, but it does come with 2 XMP and Expo settings for those looking for a little more performance. With XMP 3.0 Profile 1, you can push the speed up to 5600 megatransfers per second. If you prefer a slightly lower speed but tighter timings, Profile 2 offers 5200 megatransfers per second at 42, 42, 42 timings. We've run some benchmarks and stress tests to give you an idea of how it performs. In general, dropping the speed and tightening the timings with the second XMP/Expo profile yielded better results for us on our test system. Paired with a Ryzen 7800X 3D, we saw anywhere from a 1 to 5% performance bump depending on workloads. All in all, the Crucial Pro DDR5 64GB RAM kit by Micron is a fantastic choice for first-time builders and enthusiasts alike.
Guys, welcome back to Crucial by Micron Presents. I am Charlie Community Clash powered by Zodiac Gaming. We are here in the grand finals between KEKXILE and G2R Gear 2 Revolution. It's me, Madness, alongside Kaka today to cast over this grand finals. And I can't wait to see this battle between the two Pakistan titans over here, Kaka.
Yeah, 100%. I think this is the first time we have had two Pakistani teams making the finals of any community clashes. So it's going to be a lot of fun to watch, a lot of history between these two teams as well, because they do have players that have known each other for quite a long time, played with each other as well. So these guys know each other way too well. This is going to be a really fun series, and it's really refreshing and good to see that Pakistan has finally arrived as well in the South Asian scene, and let's hope that they can continue this sort of dominance, you can say, in a tournament in the 100k tournaments that are coming up soon as well.
Yeah, and no matter which way it goes, one Pakistani team will be winning this entire tournament, right? No matter which way it goes, so they will be writing their own history. And speaking about that, like, it is a 50k prize pool tournament, as you guys do know. This is our standard after the 1 lakh prize pool tournaments that we do have. So whoever wins today will be walking away with the 25k INR for themselves. Second place go home with 15k, a difference of around 10k in financial terms over there. And they will be fighting for this, and it is a best of 5 at the end of the day, so we're going to see a bunch of matchups over here, and their bans will be changing between matches no matter which way you look at it. Now let's take a look a bit of what is coming up today. As we talked about, it's KEKXILE versus G2R Gear 2 Revolution. This is going to be a really huge clash, and I honestly think it's going to go all 5 games, and these two teams do honestly know each other very well. And Kaka, speaking of that, you have also a history with some of these players, right? You also know them pretty well.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, before that, I just have to say that KEKXILE logo. I think I said that in my last cast as well. It's very cute and a great job on that. But yeah, I have played with Hammy, who is the mid laner now for G2R, the support as well, Abdul Rahman, also known as Zen. Previously, we were all in the same team. We did quite well as well. I have played against them in the LAN as well. Unfortunately, lost, but they were just so good back then as well. And I don't think that has changed too much. 4 or 5 years later, they are still finding themselves in these finals together. So yeah, it will be a lot of fun to watch. And yeah, I am used to their playstyle and I know what they are capable of. And these guys can just take the game of the scruff of the neck and just, I mean, we saw yesterday Hammy's Irelia, right? You don't give him that champion. You don't want to find it out the hard way how good he is at that champion. So don't take the risk. That would be my advice to KEKXILE in this one, but they know all about it anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they pretty much do, and like they will learn from the mistakes that he made yesterday, leaving it open and Heavy getting that direct complete havoc. Another interesting point is KEKXILE in their own semi-final, they went for that early lane swap, which I was a huge fan of bringing that to the scene over here. That was really fun to watch and really nice to see. Even though they didn't utilize it to the full potential, it is something, right? They are bringing something.
I mean, it was fun to watch for the first 5 minutes when they did kill the Yone twice, but then the Y ran top. In the jungle towards the mid lane, just running across the river getting killed. So I don't think it worked out as well or nearly as well as they thought it would. But yeah, for sure, it's a cute strategy. It's really good if you know how to play with it. I mean, but it didn't look like KEKXILE had much experience with the lane swaps coming in. So I don't think that they would be looking to repeat that again in today's finals, because that is, it's all at stake right now. You have to win. You can't give up any games or even early games against G2R because they are such a lethal team and they will make you pay for these missed early games. And having said that, G2R I think were up against it as well yesterday in the early game, right, when Hammy was playing that Yone not to its full potential, but they showed the comeback. I mean, I think they almost lost the Dragon Soul as well. I believe Odyssey were at Soul Point and then they managed to lose. So yeah, that's how it is, and I don't think you can try these strategies without practicing them against G2R.
Yeah, honestly, and like in G2R dragged that game out pretty well, right? Even though the opponent team was on, Soul Point, Odyssey was on Soul Point, G2R dragged it enough that the rest of their team did havoc, and the Cassante was a huge factor in those fights, right? He was such a huge meat shield that it took 3 or 4 members just to take him down. So that created a lot of space for the Caitlyn at the backside, just going for those headshots. Even though she was getting neutralized in a lot of team fights early on, G2R were just coming out on top. They stalled it out enough in time. They got their Baron, they went for the push, and just that last-ditch effort from the Echo of Odyssey to try and make a play just did not work out, and it just crumbled for Odyssey at that point, because they had a really huge lead in the beginning. They played it really well, especially during those grubs over there. But other than that, it's a lot to be wanted from that side. And yeah, G2R just showing that they had more experience in terms of what you have to do to keep your mental in the game when you have to go on that long and play from the back foot. So just amazing from them. And speaking of that, we'll just take a look a bit at the top 5 summoners till now, right? And you'll mostly see most of these teams on this list over here, Gaga.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's also because they have played the most games, right? But let's just look at the people who are not in the tournament anymore. That is Sixes at number 2, 34 kills, 18 deaths, almost 1.5 lakh damage dealt, 23 assists. So that's a really good KDA coming in for him. Fahad has been, I think, one of the top mid laners in the tournament so far, with 36 kills and only 13 deaths with 30. I mean, those are some crazy stats, right? That Maz Ansari as well, he is one of the top ADCs. So we have 3 players coming in from the side of KEKXILE already here. As you can see, the jungler, bot laner and mid laner all are here, and then Hamza Haroon. On the back of yesterday's performance, 27 kills, 15 deaths. So you can see that he is the one who will take those risks and try to make plays for his team and try to swing the momentum of the team fights, or it can be whatever, but he is the one who is going to look to make the plays for his team. And yeah, I mean, not a lot of damage, but that's because of the champions that he plays, the Irelia, the Yone, single target damage coming in from those champions, really lane dominant as well, and if you mess up against him, he will make you pay. So yeah, all 4 of the 5 people that we have in this list are going to be on display today, and that is going to be something to watch. We have number 1 versus number 5 coming in the mid lane as well.
Yeah, that's also interesting. My number 1 versus number 5 over there. And a lot of the skills Hammy did get on the Irelia yesterday. A bunch of those skills. So that did boost his stats. I don't think 6s will stay in this list, given that this is the best of 5 and the difference between them in kills is not that huge. So honestly, I do think they will take over where 6s is, and there'll be a new member on that leaderboard over there. But hey, that's just we have to see what goes down and who's going to be more dominant. But that just shows you how good KEKXILE is, right? 3 of their 5 members are on this list already, right? So that just show you that overall as a team they perform really well and they know exactly what they're doing. And just can't wait to see what they do and how they try to shut down Hammy, because Hammy was a nuisance. Wasn't that, as you said, was not that good on Yone yesterday. Was 1-5 and 1 at one point, if I'm not mistaken. So he was struggling when he didn't get his Irelia pick for himself. So maybe a different type of choice for him over here. So let's just see what he can actually bring out of this, and let's see what kind of bans they're going for, meta or targeted bans over here.
Yeah. And having said that, we are jumping into champs like right here, and that should be an easy Irelia first ban coming in. If not first, we will see it in the top 3. I mean, the first 3 bans coming in for sure. For the side of KEKXILE, for G2R, I think they should be looking towards Hoka in the jungle, right? That is the player you want to shut down, as we have sort of missed a ban. So I think someone has disconnected, unfortunately, in the lobby. So we will be remaking that pretty soon and jumping back in yet again. This is going to be a very interesting pick ban phase coming in, at least in the first game, when these teams have not felt each other as much and played against each other as much. So the meta grows inside a best of 5 as well. I mean, we have seen it time and time again. The Gwen specifically that we keep talking about in these tournaments, I think that is going to get banned as well in this one. So yeah, just waiting for the match to start and the champ select to start to find out.
Yeah, and as you said, I think that Irelia would be in those first top 3 over there. I think they just have a bit of technical difficulties right now. We'll be heading very soon back into the guys. I know you guys are highly anticipating this matchup because this is between 2 titans. This is the battle of who's best in Pakistan at the current moment, at least amongst these 2 teams. So you can actually see, and there's a lot of bragging rights, right? Because you are from the same home ground. You guys know each other left, right, center, and this will be like what you talk about at the end of the day, like, oh, we beat you in this tournament. You have nothing else to say about it. So these kind of things do go on behind the scene as just bonus with that money that you're going to get at the end of the day. So can't wait to see what they actually bring out. And honestly, I want to see Hammy pull out something like with the Irelia ban. I want to see him dominated on a different champion in the mid lane, and he is going to be going against the top 1 in our leaderboard right now in the Summoner. So that's, as you point out, very interesting 1-5.
I mean,
that being said, guys, we are heading right back into champ select over here.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. He loves playing Irelia, but that doesn't mean he can't play the other champions. He has a very mean Orianna, Syndra as well. Yone, we have already seen. Yasuo, I think, will get banned. And there you go, Cassante sees the deck. Hades performed really well in that game 2 yesterday against ODSE, and that was ban worthy, honestly. And there you go, the Yasuo comes in as well. I am expecting this to be a J4 ban, if I'm not wrong, but let's see what G2R decide.
Yeah, but
Swain
I
is
do
going
love
to
that
come in,
Corki.
actually.
Yeah, but that Corki ban is, I love it as well, that G2R is giving. Like, Corki has been really being pushed by these Pakistani teams, and they're really good with it. They are showing their versatility, and thankfully KEKXILE have banned this Zyre, because the Zyre was a nuisance in game 2 yesterday when it was left open against G2R. So they have done their homework, and as you pointed out, very interestingly, the Swain ban has also come in. Swain is also open the chat, and they're going for the Bard ban as well. So a bit of a usual ban from G2R, except for that Corki over to that side, but KEKXILE is a pretty standard. They're banning out the Cassante, Nuisance, Zyre, Nuisance, and the Yasuo that can be so deadly in the hands of Hammy.
Yeah, and now the Irelia is left open yet again. So let's see if G2R do decide to pick that up as soon as they can. That will be very interesting. I don't think they need to pick it right now. Honestly, you can just pick your jungler and your preferred AD carry. Maybe the Ashe comes in, maybe the Caitlyn, the Jinx. We keep talking about these 3 champions from Arcane, except the Ashe, of course. And Caitlyn is going to come in, it looks like. And that should be a second pick, Skarner maybe, for the side of Ninja Way.
Yeah, the Caitlyn is very strong right now, especially with, Youngtails. You can do a bunch of different builds depending on how you want. The Halo Blaze becoming very popular in the meta right now. Ninja Way did play a pretty mean Skarner yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, so he did pretty well on that champion. But instead, no, it's going to be his Vi that he had in the first matchup for himself. So now you do have both the colors on that side of G2R, the Caitlyn and the Vi. Now it looks like KEKXILE are going for the APC. They're going to be bringing out the Ziggs and the Tam Kench as well along with it. And as we talked about it, you leave the Irelia open, we're going to take the Irelia. That's what G2R says. And Hami's going to try and put on another masterclass depending on how it goes for him.
100%.
LeBlanc ban coming out.
Yeah, LeBlanc ban. I think Rel should be banned in this game. Maybe the Lux comes in, something that is going to try to punish the bot lane of KEKXILE, as we have seen. Smoker, also known as Zen, has been doing really well, especially on his Rel yesterday. Hits that level 2, no hesitation coming out from his side, just engages whenever he wants. So I love that from him. He knows when to push his boundaries in the bot lane. Having said that, the Syndra is going to get banned. Maybe we could see something like Lissandra come in for the side of KEKXILE, but they do have an AP champion already in that Ziggs, so it will be very interesting to see what they decide to pick against this Irelia, which I think everyone expected was going to come in. And this should be right here. Okay, support has not been picked up yet. Tam Kench could go top lane as well. We have seen that multiple times. Timo, however, I don't think that's getting logged in anytime soon. But having said that, I really like the bans coming in from KEKXILE as well. The Kennen and Mordekaiser are the AP threats, so you don't really have to worry about that AP damage coming in. And Irelia is the AD champion anyway in the mid lane, so you can't really pick more AD champions. So G2R will have to dig deep into their champion pools to see what they can come up with in the top lane. And we were speaking about the Rel, and that has been logged in yet again.
Yeah, and that's a very good ban from KEKXILE, right? You know that they're going to have to take some type of AP in the top lane. You ban out 2 of the nice champions there, the Mord, the Kennen. So now you're left with maybe the Rumble or something like that for themselves. Now the Poppy, however, over there gets locked in. So this Poppy is going to be a nuisance as well. Poppy, if played correctly, can do so much mayhem on this map. G2R's comp is looking tanky in the sense of Bruiser Vi. You have the Rel as a thing. And if the Caitlyn's allowed to free fire, and then you have Hami as for himself. Now with so much dive potential, KEKXILE, rightfully so, take a very versatile champion in the form of that Ezreal for himself. So is that the ADC or the mid? Yeah,
that is going to. I'm pretty sure that's going to be AD carry Ezreal coming in, because if you take him mid lane against Irelia, that's not going to work at all. Trust me on that. Ziggs as well. You can cancel the Irelia Q with your own satchel coming in. So I think that matchup could work where you are just passively farming for the rest of the game. But it looks like Kayle is going to come in for Hades in the top lane. That's a really scaling champion. And against Tam Kench, I think it is one of the worst matchups for Kayle, because the Tam Kench can just keep slapping you with his tongue. The tongue lash comes in, the passive keeps proccing. So I think that's a very bad matchup. But if somehow Hades can survive that.
Ezreal is in the mid, Kaka. We were just talking about it. I don't think that is a good matchup, as you pointed out. The Irelia can dominate if the Ezreal doesn't get his pokes in right, and if he just gets too close, the Irelia just jumps on him. You can't do anything. You can try and E away. That's the max you can do, and that's what Incarnation is bringing out over there. The Ziggs will be going as the APC along with the Poppy support in the bot side, the Jarvan jungle, and this Tam will be having a nice time against the Kayle on the top side. Kayle is just going to maybe look to get some farm, maybe try to scale up. But yeah, very interesting picks all around coming out for G2R, given that G2R did have the last pick and they could have maybe gone for something else except the Kayle, but they are choosing this as their composition that they want to go with. So I want to see, maybe this Ezreal was the plan of KEKXILE, given that they had left the Irelia open, but honestly it's looking like a bit flaws in the plan, but we won't know until we hit the rift.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you were going to pick an AD carry in the mid lane, Smolder would have been just fine. Scales infinitely better than the Ezreal. You do have Ziggs to wave clear as well, so you can get that Smolder a very comfortable, mid-game phase where he can stack up those Q stacks coming in for his passive. So I think that would have been much better, honestly. But the Ezreal comes in. I really don't like that matchup. Maybe Fahad will have, something cooking up and something to say about the matchup coming in. But I am just feeling very uncomfortable for him right now, as am I for Hades in the top lane as well. Against Scythe on that Tamkinch. Tamkinch can bully the Kale out of this lane. Like, it is such a bad matchup. It is going to be hilarious to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And with this Poppy, you also have so much disengage for your team with her W, right? So it's going to be harder for you to jump on the back line of KEKXILE. So it's going to be interesting to see what G2R have got cooked up. They do have a more standard kind of like more damage with the tankiness, as in the Vi and the Irelia for themselves. The Rel will be also a part of the front line. But the Kayle and the Caitlyn's what you're going to have to watch out. While you have to watch out for the Ezreal, the Ziggs over there. But it depends how their laning phase go. And we know that Hammy is just going to actually go ham in the mid lane. He is not going to give up an inch of space as it may be. So it's going to be looking like a tough time for Incarnation, depending on how he wants to play out this matchup. And we know that Hammy does like to go for tower ties quite a bit. Even though he was unsuccessful with the Yone, he was very, very successful with the Irelia. So he will be putting on the pressure. And I want to see some maybe early roams from the Poppy, which will be useful during the first grubs or the second grubs, depending on when they want to go for the roam. The top side is going to be very hard for this Kayle against this Tamkinch. So honestly, don't know what they've got cooking up there, given that they had all the opportunity. They knew that they were going to be facing a Tamkinch. Maybe they're going to play the slow game this way and maybe let Hammy take the beginning part of the match and then let the Kayle catch up so that they have some type of repertoire towards the end in their arsenal of what they can actually aim for. But yeah, it's just very interesting what they go for the Rift and the kind of navigation. I did like to see that a couple of teams yesterday, right? They did go for the 5-man level 1s roams here and there. So that's a bit of a difference than what we've been used to seeing in the scene instead of the standard parallel across the river. So I really want to see some kind of invade or maybe an early pick that can give either one of these teams the advantage.
Let's see though, like both of these teams don't really have the strongest level 1 coming in. Poppy level 1, you can't really do much. You don't have any reliable CCs. Same for, I mean, Rel does have her Q, but I don't think they'll be looking to invade as well. So I do not expect that's going to happen. Maybe 5-man stacking somewhere, just, waiting to answer the invade could be the play. Although I do believe G2R, would have expected this draft when they picked the Vi. Scythe has played the Tamkinch before as well in the semi-finals against the Vi, so that is sort of their strategy to deny the Vi. So I think G2R must have expected the Tamkinch to come in, and they opted into it by picking the Kayle. And again, as I said, if Kayle can survive till level 11, I think she's going to be very comfortable. But before that, Hoka on that Jarvan, which we expected yet again to come in as well, since that was left open, and Scythe on the Tamkinch, I think they can make Kale's life hell in that top side of the map. And you essentially have to give up the grubs as well because of how weak Kayle is before she hits her power spike. Those levels are really important for such a champion like the Kayle herself. So yeah, that will be the talking point, I'm pretty sure, in the game as well once we do get into it. Speaking of bot lane, Ziggs and Poppy versus I believe it is Rel and Caitlyn. So I think they are just going to get pushed in for the early game at least. But Ziggs can do really well once you do get that lost chapter and the tier and just, wave clear infinitely.
Yeah, just a bunch of wave clear, amount of turret damage that he'll be providing like him. So it's going to be essential that KEKXILE do pick up the grubs, right, for themselves, because with the Ziggs and the grubs, you're going to be melting turrets left, right, center. And honestly, you're going to have to bully this Kayle a lot before she hits that level 11 mark, like you said, right? Unless you punish her before that, you're just going to give her an easy road. So I really want the punish that does come in from Hoka's side, that he's going to be putting on the pressure on the top Kayle, because Kayle will have to honestly be looking to be playing as passive as possible and just maybe wait for her jungler when the lane is pushed onto her to make some kind of play. But other than that, not much they can do. And like as we said, this Ezreal versus this Irelia in the mid lane, maybe you have something cooking up your sleeve, Ezreal, but I really want to see it and maybe learn from it, given what you're going to be playing against, and you're going to be playing against, because you have left that Irelia open. You know that it was going to get picked up no matter which way it was going, right? So that being said, and they chose to ban the Yasuo instead of the Irelia for Hammy, right? They're more worried about the Irelia than the Yasuo in terms of what
I
Hammy can
mean,
do on that champion.
Hammy's Yasuo is nothing to be scoffed at as well. I have played against it personally, and he is very, very good on that champion. I do believe his Irelia, might be just a little bit better, and he can take over games on the Irelia. And yeah, Fahad has his work cut out for himself. He has to manage to not die in the mid lane. So it will be interesting to see, maybe if he runs barrier, he can survive the laning phase as well. But his job is to not die. If he is 10 or 15 CS behind, I would consider that as a victory for him, for sure, because of how oppressive Irelia is on Hammy's hands. So I think that's what he needs to do. But again, that's what we thought yesterday as well, when the Yone just wanted to have a peaceful early game, and at 7 minutes he's 35 CS to Irelia's 70 CS, and 2 kills down as well, 2 solo kills nonetheless. So that's how good Hammy is on that Irelia. I mean, we can't speak about it enough, honestly.
Yeah, it's a tough scene for what that Yone had to face yesterday. He was just perma down in CS at one point. I think even 100 CS difference between him and Hammy, right? So just unlucky. And then Hammy himself faced that when he was playing the Yone, right? He was not down in CS, but down in kills quite a bit, like 151. Nothing to be scoffed about at that point. The Ari against him was putting on the pressure, did get the early advantage, but just his team could not utilize it towards the end, right? Given that the Cassandre had bullied the Aatrox so much in the top lane, so they got their lead that way. And there was a one Cassandre play where he got his second kill, where he pushed the Aatrox to his own turret, which was just beautiful to watch. And with that being said, guys, we won't be delaying any further. I know there's been a bunch of delays, but we will be heading in to the Rift over here. And as you can see, these teams are already aggro. Already the 5 men of KEKXILE have gone towards the red buff of G2R side. They clear the vision that the ward was placed down, place their own ward into the G2R red buff, and now they are going back to their own lane standard over here after getting the vision for themselves. The Jarvan throws his flag over there to get some vision on the Poppy, and now the Aurelia is coming back. I think she took a bit of damage, so that's why she came back into lane a bit later, and now is walking back to her own turret. But it's
Actually,
a
no,
bit
I think
on the
he's
top
gone back
side.
to he went back to buy the sweepers so that he can remove the ward that has been placed on the red buff right there. I mean, it does not give you level 2 anymore. There you go, he's going to take that out right now. Doesn't give you level 2 anymore, but 5 gold, and you deny a bunch of vision. So I think that's still smart. You can always get the ward trinket again once you do go back to the fountain. Having said that, we have finally started the game as well, so it's been a long time coming. There has been a few delays, but nonetheless we are here, and Caitlyn has Hail of Blade. So I think that is some sort of the strat that these guys cook. They always look to push as soon as they can, hit the level 2 first, and then you will see the rel flash q coming in for sure at level 2 if they hit it first. And there you go in the top lane. This is the match we were talking about. But Tamkin just taking a bit more damage than he would have expected. Maybe the first bet comes in. Here you go. The rel is going to go in. The flashes are already getting burned from the Poppy. The ignite gone. The flash gone for the rel as well. And they will take that trade any day of the week.
Yeah, look at how low the pop is going. Already being forced to pop his health pots. As you predicted, the flash play in for them. The Kale is going to be TPing back to lane after taking a bunch of damage. The Tam heals up with the Grey Health. Now the Hex Flash went that side because he was looking to see if there was a potential of going for an in, just wasn't there. In the mid lane, it is seeing pretty even Stevens in CS. The Irelia has got up to 4 and she is going to be looking to make her lead over there. The Vi is currently near her red buff, while the Jarvan's near his own blue, so both on the top quadrants of the match. And a nice stun from the Rel over there. The Q from the Caitlyn just narrowly misses onto the Ziggs, and he's a merry lad without taking much damage. And just CS favors in favor of G2R except for the top lane, right? And this wave is pushing into the Tam, so the Tam is in a very good situation over here. So he's going to be enjoying over there, going to be putting on the pressure. And look at the Vi. Vi is walking into the river, but to hold up in the bot lane, the Rel goes in, has to go out instantly right there. The Q from the Ziggs missing over there. And look at this, the Irelia and the Vi had looked to make a play on the Jarvan, but the Jarvan gets his blue buff and gets out of there. Just scrammed away for all glory, and now the Vi will be probably looking to pick up her own red buff. She is behind on levels and camps right now because the red buff is not up. Jarvan's looking for the scuttle in the bot side, and all in all, pretty standard in the beginning. Only the top lane really suffering in CS wise.
Yeah, 100%, and it does not get better for the Kale, trust me. Having said that,
Mm.
Hoka with the standard pathing coming in picks up his 6 camps, then takes the scuttle. Now is going to place the ward towards the enemy Grom, because that's where the Y is started, so they will have an idea of what's happening. He's just going to recall, I believe, pretty soon, pick that pickaxe up, and then come back towards the bot side of the map where his camps are going to come up pretty soon. So very standard stuff coming out so far. Again, as you said, the only discrepancy there is towards that top side of the map, where a scythe is almost double the CS of this Kale. Hades just trying to survive in that lane so far. Remember, the Tamkinch has not burned his TP as well, so he will have the advantage. And there you go. If he connected that tongue lash, that would have been a lot of damage going in towards the kill. But look at this wave that has just been
Such a
pushed
fat
in.
wave.
Exactly. So the Tamkinch can just recall peacefully, and he does not even need to burn his TP towards that top side of the map. Should get the boot. Is going to pick up the Barmy Cinder actually. So uh, that's great as well. And in the mid lane, Hammy, of course, doing really well on the Irelia as we expect him to. Being around 10 CS up ahead right now, has the wave coming in towards him as well. So he is a happy camper as well.
Yeah, so now, and he's frozen the wave a bit towards his own side, right? So it's harder for the Ezreal to do. He has to just use his Qs to actually get CS. Ezreal already has the tier, so these are building up for him. Hammy is building up his Q stacks, looking to see if the Ezreal even gives an inch of space, he's going to punish it completely. The Dragon was started here by the side of G2R, and look at this, the Tom's going on the kill. The tongue lash doesn't not connect essentially over there, but now look at this, the stacks are onto the kill. He gets eaten away. And
I
where do
think
you
he's
run? You
dead,
don't
he's
have a
dead.
flash, and that's a very dead kill. First blood going over the top layer of KEKXILE. G2R answer back with their own Infernal Drake they pick up in the bot side. The Jarvan will probably be looking to pick up the Void Grabs, and this is what we're talking about in the pre-match, right? This Tamkench is going to honestly bully this scale a lot in this laning phase. The Ezreal just cleaning up of this wave, and guys, we'll just look a bit about at that instant replay, and you can see that the tongue lash doesn't connect over here, but yeah, the stacks come up that allows the Tamkins to eat this Kale, R's him right away, pushes him further from his turret, and the Kale just has to calmly accept his fate and go to the Grace King, because it doesn't have the flash as well from the previous engages that they did have. Now the Void Grubs, like we talked about, are picked up by Jarvan, so it's exchange of jungle priorities. 3 grubs for the KEKXILE, while the first Drake goes to G2R. Now it seems that Hammy has gone, there's been a bit of a lane switch, right? Hammy's gone top side while the Kale has gone mid for an easier kind of laning phase, and that's what the decision has been taken for the macro call here
Yeah.
by G2R.
I mean, that's really smart, because Ezreal does not have the kill threat on the Kale. Tamkinch can have some sort of threat coming in towards the Irelia, but she has the Vamp Scepter and she's very mobile as well. So, you can escape the 1v1s coming in, as Tamkinch is going to blow his TP and come towards that top side of the map. That's really smart, because for the Kale, it's just a very bad matchup. You can't even farm sometimes against this Tamkinch, who can just W in, Q you, and what do you do against that champion? He has so much slow, so much damage, and he's so tanky as well. So early game menace, that's what Tamkinch is. But Hammy may be able to stabilize this matchup as Scythe uses his ultimate, and there could be another solo kill coming in actually for this Tamkinch.
Yeah, the Irelia does trigger the ultimate onto the Tamkins. The stun does land as well. The Qs are hitting back, but
Oh,
he
he
eats a
has
turret shot
taken-
over there. And yeah, he just has to walk away. Excellent kind of turnaround, because I thought honestly he was going down. The Vi is flashing forward,
Oh,
does
that's
have
beautiful.
the ultimate from the Kale, and the ultimate from the Kale actually does claim the kill in the end of the finish onto the Ezreal. So this is the Ezreal going down while the Tam survives on the top. The Irelia also barely surviving that side. Tam already has, the Bramble Vest, right? So even harder time for the Irelia to actually go for certain trades against him. And look at them, they're just measuring each other out. On the bot side, the Caitlyn had to flash away from the Ziggs ultimate just to survive, and they're being chased completely towards their tier 2
Yeah.
turret. So this could even reduce their timing to the back, and they're going to use a huge wave that's right underneath their tower right now. The top side, Hammy has got the wave pushed in. The Vi is coming, looking for a dive over here. There is no man on the side. Aurelia is the one who was taking the aggro of the turret, so she ends up going down. Maybe a bit of miscommunication from the side of G2R over there.
Yeah, 100%. But I think what Hoka did towards that bot side of the map was more effective as to just trading
Hmm.
one for one in the top side of the map. But as you can see, the Caitlyn and Rel missing out on so many waves. You can see the level difference as well. Level 5 to level 7, now level 6 on the Caitlyn, but there's a huge one whole level difference coming in for the side of Ansari on that Ziggs, who did manage to pick up the first turret as well at only 9 minutes, and now he is going to run towards that top side of the map. Has the Hextech alternator, has the Lost Chapter as well, so he is not going to run out of mana anytime soon. And he's going to be present for the Grubs fight as well, which I think Exile can convincingly win if they decide to fight for it, and I see no reason why they shouldn't.
Yeah, absolutely. Perfect rotations coming in from KEKXILE right now, especially after you get that first turret for yourself. Dam doesn't have TP for this fight, but I don't think you actually do need him the way that the lanes have been going. Now a bit of ward clearage from the Rel over here. Will walk over the zombie ward as well, trying to clear as much as he can. Gets the pink as well. So vision has been cleared quite a bit by G2R. Then Hammy is going ham on this turn in the mid lane, quite up in CS compared to his counterpart, the Ezreal right now, and already has that Blade of the Ruin King in his pocket. So he is got his power spike and he is pretty deadly. And now they're all pinging towards the grubs that have formed up. The Tom is also walking up towards this side, whereas the Kale is still farming bot side. She does have TP if she wants to come for the fight, and it's gonna look like a bloodbath is coming over here. And it looks like it's gonna start off with Hammy getting caught out over there, but he's going to go back in with his ultimate. The fight channels in on the Jarvan. The Jarvan gets eaten and saved by the Tom Cage. The Tom Cage will also walk away scot-free after that. So excellent play from KEKXILE. A nice turnaround from G2R, but all in all members surviving this fight, and the Grubs have spawned. So now it looks like the Grubs' advantage might be going over to G2R. They are looking to start it up overall first over there. The Jarvan is relatively low on HP and will be maybe choosing to give up these grubs, given that he already got the first three, so they can't get that sweet spot on
Yeah.
the fourth grub, right? For
But
G2R,
the
even if
cost
they pick
for
up all
all
three.
of yeah, the cost of all of that is Kale missing out on the big wave that's crashing, and she will be able to pick
Hmm.
some minions up. But again, just finding herself falling behind against this Tamkinch, who has the Sunfire Cape completed, who has the Bramble Vest completed, as well as Hammy looks towards the Ezreal, is going to chunk him out. But now he might be in trouble as he does not have Flash, and the Cavalry is here. If he can trade 1v1, that would be amazing. No, he can't, and that is very costly, as well as the Ziggs should remain towards this mid side of the map actually and try to get the turret, as there is no protection for it as Hoka decides to start the dragon as well. So they are converting these kills into objectives, as we saw in the bottom lane as well. Although they did not get the kills, the turret was gone because of how much the recall was delayed, and now yet again a kill equals to a dragon for the side of KEKXILE, whose map
Yeah,
rotations have been just really good so far.
yeah, absolutely. And Hammy just getting caught out of there. Just did try to look for the trade onto the Ezreal, just could not get it. Ezreal surviving with one health bar over there. So just a bit of misplay or miss like location from Hammy is just where he was at that point. And yeah, as you said, KEKXILE are converting these very well. They have three grubs. Both teams have three grubs. Both teams have one Drake. But KEKXILE is the ones who have picked up the first turret for themselves. So we'll be having that 400 goal lead for themselves as well. And now the Kale will be looking to get. He's still level 9, right? Until he hits that level 11, won't be getting the boost that he does require. Hammy will be starting the blue buff for himself. And look at this, the Rel might be walking into trouble over here, but he does have backup in the Vi and the Caitlyn nearby. So he's going to be marching forward. Flashes forward right here. Poppy ulting him away. Now the Caitlyn's left alone, but look who's here. It's Vi to come for the protection. The ult does land onto the Poppy. The Ziggs are landing on top of all of them, but the Caitlyn picking up his kill. And now the Ziggs might be
Oh, the
targeted, and
Ziggs
he will
dies
be
as
going
well.
down. The ace in the hole from the Caitlyn. So that's a double kill for the ADC of G2R. So well played over there. The Rel kind of baited them into the fight that they shouldn't honestly be taking without the vision they have around it. And just two members of KEKXILE just going down for not that much
Yeah,
anything
the
else
bot
being
lane.
taken up.
Yeah, the bot lane sees the gray screen right there, and beautiful play coming out from the side of Zen again on that rel. I actually thought they were going to get out when the Poppy used her ultimate, but decided to overextend, and the Y comes in, uses her ultimate onto the Poppy. The tap comes in to follow that as well, and you can just lock the target down for 3-4 seconds essentially and just burn them down. So both of them died with their flashes up, but I don't think there is much that they could do about it, as there's a lot of damage coming towards the turrets now. The top turret and the mid turret for the side of KEKXILE are going to go down pretty soon, I believe. And yeah, the really great play, and that those are the sort of plays that they need to look for in this game. I
Yeah,
Exile was pretty
absolutely.
ahead, it was looking like, but now G2R has finally found some footing in this game, and let's hope they can continue to do so.
Yeah, and after that, they do have the goal lead of 1k from themselves, but KEKXILE pick up this Rift Herald for them, and they're going to be targeting it on the top turret. The Caitlyn's going to have to back away from this turret right now and maybe just look to protect the tier 2 instead, because this tier 1 has definitely gone down, especially the Ziggs right behind, getting some of that gold for himself. But honestly, in that last fight, if they didn't look to try and turn on the Caitlyn, I think both members get off out of their scot-free after the Poppy ultimate. And now the Ezreal is looking to get some poke in over here, but now sees the kill backing up the turret. In the bot side, the Aurelia versus the Tahm Kench is going on. The stun does connect, gives that added Q, but his Q is on cooldown right now, so cannot launch onto that meaty frog over there. And now, in the meantime, in the mid lane, the Ezreal is trying to get back up in CS. Now, if you see the CS numbers of the Caitlyn is also not looking that bad compared to the Tahm Kench overall. Has hit level 10, still one level away from that power spike she gets at level 11, where she will start to become a bit of a menace. The Vi has the Sunder Sky completed, as well as the Caitlyn has, the Collectors plus the Berserker Grease for herself. The Ziggs has the Luden's Echo, Sorcerer's Boots. The Ezreal finally has completed his Trinity Force, has 273 stacks on his tier, so we'll be looking to make that into 365 so that he can get more. But yeah, now it's just become a bit slowed in pace. Objectives are not up in the map right now. Next one will be up in a minute, will be that Hextech Drake, right? So it's going to be a Hextech map. You see the Hextech portals, which bring another added spice to the level of gameplay that you get to see over here. The Vi is going to go in on the Poppy over here. Thinks better of it, just choosing to clear out the vision instead after getting a bit of chunk damage there. Gets away into the Dragon Pit. That's now the Ezreal is looking to run away from Hammy, but has been shut down by the ultimate. Doesn't have many places to go. Hammy has gone for another tower dive, and this time will also be going down. No, he just about survives with his W at the end of the day. In the meantime, the Poppy goes down over here to the Vi and the Ace of the Hole, and a nice ultimate from the Ziggs from down. Lands the slam dunk there onto the head of the Irelia, but the fights are not stopping here. They're just going one after the nice flag and drag by the Jarvan. Just get a bunch of CC over there. Lands the ultimate. The Kale is protecting his Caitlyn till the end, but Caitlyn does go down once that ultimate finishes. But it thinks that the Jarvan will be going. No, but the Jarvan is surviving, goes down at the end. The Tom picks up 2 for himself. And the Kale is trying to kite for his life over there. The Tom goes down. The Ziggs, I don't think you can do much. Kale, if it gets in your range, you're done because he has hit that level 11. The flash away from the Ziggs, but it's just not enough. The Poppy flashes forward to try and save his APC, but just not in time. And oh my god, that's a lot to unpack over there, Gaga.
Yeah, 100%. I do feel the Kale and the Ziggs were the biggest benefactors of that fight coming in. As we see, and in the top lane, Ziggs picked up that kill, so of course he does not have the ultimate available for himself. I thought initially this was going really well for the side of KEKXILE, the Jarvan ultimate onto the Caitlyn, but the Kale ult comes in and saves her. The J4 ultimate still did a lot of work. You can see right here, Ziggs using his bombs to finish off the target. So it was a 3-for-1, 3 versus 1 at one point, but then Hades on the scale just kiting so well. Kills the Jarvan, kills the Tamkinch, and then as a Ziggs, you really can't do much if you don't connect your skill shots, and it's really hard when it's a 1 versus 1, and the Kale gets the triple kill right there, and now is going to pick up the haunting guys as well as the Phoenix Codex right there, and should be looking to make that Rift Maker very, very soon. And this scale has been unleashed onto the map. Remember, he did die 1v1 for First Blood, but then how they kept on swapping around the map just to get the kill. The better matchup has worked out really well for them, and they are reaping the rewards of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Now the Kale has been unleashed, as you said, as a bounty on his head as well. 250 Gs targeted on that Kale's head. The Vi is going to be looking to run away, gets knocked up against the wall. That's a very
Okay,
dead
that
Vi, but
is
no,
just
there comes the
yeah.
Kale ultimate, but he still goes down at the end of the day. And now look at the damage the Kale is trying to unleash over here. The Jarvan is trying to run away for dear life. The Kale gets shut down by the Ziggs, and it's a double kill for the mid laner of KEKXILE. The Ezreal picking up a double for his trouble over there. The Vi is completely demolished. The Kale goes down, and just not the the wrong place at the wrong time for the Vi essentially over there. The Tahm going on to the Irelia, gets his stacks, eats her up over there, is looking to fight as
This
much.
is not fair.
The Irelia is trying to run towards the minions to queue away, is gonna get the bunch of spacing, but there is no turret to run to, and realizes that, and he ults and runs this way. So nice work for Hammy. He does try to
Yeah, but the
escape
Ziggs
as
is
much as
coming
he
in.
can. Yeah, the Ziggs is
Yeah, the
close by.
Ziggs is
Ziggs
coming.
is
The
going to be
TP.
looking to getting her, but I don't think you can catch him up. He doesn't
Yeah,
have
we
ultimate
have a
as
fight
well,
in the
and
bot lane as
Hammy.
well actually coming in. The Kale has TP'd in. The Jarvan is trying to run away from the scene of murder as they did pick up the tier 2 turret, but at what cost we'll see. The Rel looks like she is going to go down instead to the Ezreal. The Vi is going to find the Jarvan lurking towards that mid lane. The Kale uses her Q, and that is going to be it for the fighting that's going to come in. And in the bot side, where it initially all started madness, that was a very lazy pathing coming in from the Vi
Absolutely.
Ninja way, playing that Vi
Like,
just
come on, this is like a high level of
uh,
gameplay. You can't have that kind of pathing animal.
yeah, you can't do that against the Poppy, especially when she can just paste you against that wall. And that turned out to be really well. All these, the series of events that we just had has worked out really well for Fahad, who has gotten the shutdown of kill, has gotten 2 more kills for himself, has the Manamune completed, as well as the Trinity Force. Death Cap comes in. That's really big for the Ziggs. Ansari piloting that champion in the bottom lane. And as you can see, the Caitlyn picking up the Lord Dominic's regards on that for herself as well. So she will sort of lack damage right now. Really needs the Infinity Edge. But again, a 2-item power spike and really good. It just looks like he just wants to burn the Tamkins and Poppy alive at the minute though.
Yeah, especially also with the Jarvan, right? 3 tanks on that team, you're going to be looking maybe for the Lord Doms for himself. The Vi choosing smarter pathing this time, Q's over the wall instead to get to her turret. The Caitlyn eats a chunk from the Q that Ziggs did land a second ago onto her, so she has been chunked down quite a bit. And now the Kale is just going to be picking up this free tier 1 in the bot side for herself. Going to be funneling more gold on her. Has the Rift Maker completed with the Nashor's Tooth, with the Boots of Swiftness. So they're going to be making a number right now. So this Kale honestly has reached the point where you have to be very wary about her. The Tamkin just maybe misguided about where that Irelia was walking. W is a bit in the wrong direction. He can survive because the Irelia walked top instead of bot. From that point of time, and now the Ezreal's gone to match the Kale in the bot side. Maybe not the one you actually do want to imagine, but he does have TP, so yeah, he can come in for fights. But look at this, they're trying to sandwich this Kale over here. The pop is coming from that side, and now you have Jarvan close by as well. And I think this is a very dead Kale at the end of the day. I don't think he's gonna even pop his ultimate right here, and yeah, he goes down right now. He knows that his members are going down, but he drew so many members of KEKXILE. It's allowing the Baron to be started for G2R over here. The TP does come
Yeah,
in from the
100%.
Ezreal, so you have members of KEKXILE close while the fights are breaking down. The Ziggs goes down. There goes the Ezreal. There goes the Tahm Kench, and there goes 3 of the 5 members of KEKXILE and G2R also pick up this Baron. So the Jarvans come here to maybe neutralize some of these numbers. And now because of that excellent Poppy ult from far away that lands everyone, the Caitlyn's just left alone for fodder. So now the remaining Baron buffs only on the Vi and the Irelia. But Yeah, this is just an opportunity cost type of play. Game theory optimization coming into full effect. The Kale dragged so many members towards the bot side. G2R is like, yeah, this is the time where you go for the Baron. They get the Baron, but the Jarvan comes in over here, creates a bit of a nuisance after the Baron has been taken down, and a nice Poppy ultimate to get a bunch of the members of G2R out of the way. Leaves the Caitlyn alone. Caitlyn goes down, but now G2R are going to answer back with a Dragon of the South. The Jarvan is close by. He might be looking to make a steal over here. Does not get the steal. The Vi gets it. Is protected by the Kale ult currently. And now the Poppy's in no man's land. But here's the Tamkench for backup. He has TP'd in over here. A fail flash there by the Vi. Did not get out of the pit essentially. But now the Tamkench is being left alone. Has
That's a
to
good
flash
flash.
away. But look at who's here. It's Hammy. But Hammy gets pushed back by the Satchel. I don't think you can chase any more. And nice flash by the Tom to actually survive there at the end of the day, but a bit of
Yeah,
a miss
and
flash by the Vi that side.
yeah, lots of action going on though in the last 2 minutes. They pick up the Kale from the side of KEKXILE. In turn, end up losing the Baron and 3 people. And then KEKXILE answers back yet again by killing the another 3 people coming in from the side of G2R. That was the Kale, Caitlyn, and Rel. And now it looks like only one Baron buff is still alive after all of whatever has unleashed up before our eyes right there. But the Hextech Dragon Point, Soul Point was picked up for the side of G2R. So all in all, they did end up getting a lot of objectives and a lot of kills as well. And now you can see Hammy has completed the Kraken Slayer. Has the Blade of the Ruin King as well, so he can burn the tanks as well pretty fast right now. Is going towards that Wit's End that's going to come in really soon, as well as he is looking to pick up that top turret, which will give him 750 gold, so that's a big swing. But Hoka and Ansari both are here to punish the Irelia. Let's see if they can do it. No, the Y is here and just presses the R button onto the poor Ziggs, who can't do anything about it. That's a double kill for the side of Ninja Way on that Y. Beautiful Kale ultimate is going to save Hamza from dying, and now they are just diving balls deep into the side of KEKXILE, and that's going to be 4 for 1 after all is said and done. And I think that could just be game 1 madness.
Yeah, actually, they can actually go for it. The death timers are pretty long right now. They can honestly push this wave in. Only the Poppy's here to defend. He can't honestly do much. Doesn't even have the ultimate to knock them away. He's trying to get the Vi. The Vi does go down, but the turrets will be going down following the suit over here. If they try to go for it, they can honestly go for the end, but now the Poppy's buying enough time. The rest of the members of KEKXILE are coming up. They do get both of the Nexus turrets, but at what cost? But look at this, the Irelia is here for more functions, and she's been unleashed. Her passive completely stacked. The Jarvan going down, and yes, it does look like G2R is looking for a game here, and that's going to be game 1 of your grand finals of the best of 5 between KEKXILE and G2R going over to G2R side. And what a performance that's coming out from these members over here, especially that Kale, who was put down in that solo kill very early on, just comes back and shows you what she can do. And now you've even given Hammy his Irelia. Irelia was just popping off in these team fights, was just so huge. Nothing much can be said. The Vi was also incredible in this matchup, completely had some good timings. Just cannot wait to see more of these teams fight each other, because they were unleashing bloodbath after bloodbath, because they were just not stopping with the action at all, Kaka.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that's what happened, right? G2R is a very decisive team, even amongst the chaos that was unleashed onto them. They knew how they could end the game. Hammy splitting towards that top side of the map on the Irelia gets that T2 turret as soon as he could. The whole team is there to follow up on the engage that was going to come up from the side of KEKXILE and Hoka, specifically on the Jarvan. The Vi was there to protect the Irelia at all times. We saw four kills to the side of G2R, only losing the Caitlyn out. And you do have champions like Irelia and Kale who can take these turrets down instantly if you don't pay attention, and that's exactly what happened. That was just easily done from the side of G2R, and as we will see in the crucial moments that are going to come in, especially the last 5-6 minutes of this game were just so action packed. We saw the level 6 coming out for Tahm Kench right here, uses his ultimate, finishes off the kill for the first blood. But after that, I think they really played this matchup well, just sending the Kale away from the Tamkin and just letting her have the time to farm up.
Yeah, absolutely. That was an excellent decision for their part. This is a bit of a misplay from the bot side of KEKXILE, right? They did have an out. They just tried to get a bit greedy on the Caitlyn over there. This is a nice dive from Hammy over here, where he'll be getting the kill, will be surviving with a slither of HP. Tries to recall in the bush over here. Nice mind from the Ziggs to ultimate over there, will be picking up that kill for himself as well. And now just a bunch of action that does get unpacked over here. Now the Jarvan is trying to run for his life. They try to turn it over here, but just excellent guiding from Hades, right? Just absolutely staying alive, kept alive his Caitlyn also for a while longer with his ultimate, choosing to use on the ADC as he should. Now the Vice caught in a bit of no man's land, will go down. Now the Tahm does pick up 2 kills for himself, but will go down to the Gale over here. The Ziggs was throwing a couple of bombs, so once he was in the 1v1 and all focus was on him, he just could not land enough skill shots to get the kill. The Poppy does try to flash in at the end to maybe save his ADC, but here, this is where I was a bit disappointed by G2R, right? This pathing from the Vice should just never happen. It just leads to the deaths of his teammates instead. It's like a 3-for-1 scenario over here, where only the Poppy goes down when you lose your top laner, your jungler, and your support. So just not excited at all. KEKXILE do get this tier 2 turret over here, do go for the chase bit, get the rel. The Jarvan is trying to leave the Q from the Vi, land straight onto his head. And now this fight over here is like where they get the Baron before the fight, because of the distraction that Kale had caused in the bot side, right? Nice Poppy ult, knocks back 2 members, gets the Caitlyn, isolates her, gets the kill. And this is still where it was looking more like a head-to-head kind of matchup. But now this fail steal of the Dragon is where KEKXILE just committed too many numbers over here, and we're gonna have to burn a couple of flashes to get away. The Tahm Kench does an excellent flash to get over the wall this side and does manage to escape. The satchel also prevents the Irelia from jumping too forward, and now it looks like the Irelia got caught out over here, but no, it's KEKXILE that gets caught out instead. G2 are completely turning around, and you'll see an excellent Gale ultimate that lands right now on Hammy, keeps him alive for as long as they do need. Double stun does land over there, and the Tahm will be going down, the Ezreal goes down, and just the slowly long fight from this point onwards is where they end up winning game 1 for themselves, right?
Yeah, and yeah, those were the decisive calls coming in from the side of KEKXILE, which ended up losing the game for them, trying to contest the Dragon, trying to kill the Kale when the Baron was on the map, and then trying to fight the Irelia towards the top side of the map when she had her whole team behind her. And that was it. A very quick game. Honestly, it didn't seem like it would be. 26 minutes and 42 seconds, excuse me. 7 turrets to 3, 3 dragons to 1. Baron, of course, we saw what happened there. Rift Herald and Void Grubs were picked up from the side of KEKXILE and G2R each. So KEKXILE had a really good early game, I have to say, but just could not find their footing when it was after that 20 to 23 minute marker, as we jump into see who the crucial MVP was for game 1. And alright, the Vi is going to pick that up for himself. Ninjaway doing really well on this Vi, actually was there, right place, right time, almost all the time. 18 kill participation out of 22 is pretty good, and that tells you the story as well. That's how the jungler should be playing the game anyway. 502 damage, 10,000 gold. I think these stats are not too important. Just the one that we should focus on is the KDA, and that reflects as well on the map. Even the objectives, getting those 3 dragons, getting the Void Grubs, getting that Baron. Yeah, he did really well on the Vi, and now that's something to think about for the side of KEKXILE.
Yeah, absolutely. He did really well. Like he was in the places he needed to be at the right time. He provided a nice front line for his team alongside the rail, right, and just allowed the Caitlyn to free hit from behind. Did a lot for his team. So honestly, just well played from him. And it's the reason, right? His Vi was banned in game 2 yesterday against him because they realized Odyssey realized that he's really good on this champion. With that being said, guys, we will take a short break before heading into Game 2 of this Grand Finals of Best of 5 between KEKXILE versus G2R. So don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Yeah, I was undercover, wrote me off like the others, but I had secrets inside. You didn't pay attention, like an experiment. No, you're gonna pay for your crimes. I'll change your perspective, I'll teach you a lesson. Look at me now. Oh, look at me now. Trying to take me down. Lost but now I'm found. Used to be the victim in the dead of night, but I can be a villain in the moonlight. Look at me now. In the moonlight, I'll make it my mission. Oh yeah, I'll have you wishing you could go back in time to never test my limits. Nothing you say will fix it. I'm too out of my mind. You're riding high, but I've got you this time. Oh, look at me now. Oh, look at me now. Trying to take me down. Lost but now I'm found. Used to be the victim in the dead of night, but I can be a villain in the moonlight. Look at me now. In the moonlight, got
run. No, 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 no. Ay. I've been running out of time, think I need to rewind, feeling out of line. I put everything aside, hoping that I make it right, all the things I do for you. I've been running out of time, think I need to rewind, feeling out of line for you. I put everything aside, hoping that I make it right, all the things I do for you. Nonchalant, wake up feeling like I'm righteous. In my mind, see it grab me with my likeness. Up till 5, no one working like this, I guess. Put in 12-hour shifts while I write this. And I know when the black shit, they showing love. Not everyone a day one, don't lie to me. And they wanna take credit when no credit's due. Say what you want, but it don't bother me. I've been running out of time, think I need to rewind, feeling out of line. I put everything aside, hoping that I make it right, all the things I do. I've been running out of time, think I need to rewind, feeling out of line. I put everything aside, hoping that I make it right, all the things I do. Nah, no Sersky, baby girl be talking sweet, but used to dirt me. Wanna take a few snaps for a story. Wasn't showing no love when we was hurting. It's funny, no Sersky. Baby girl be talking sweet, but used to dirt me. Wanna take a few snaps for a story. Wasn't showing no love when we was hurting. It's funny, no. I've been running out of time, think I need to rewind, feeling out of line. I put everything aside, hoping that I make it right, all the things I do for you. I've been running out of time, think I need to rewind, feeling out of line for you. I put everything aside, hoping that I make it right, all the things I do for you. I've been running out of time, think I need to rewind, feeling out of line. I put everything aside, hoping that I make it right, all the things I do. I've been running out of time, think I need to rewind, feeling out of line for you. I put everything aside, hoping that I make it right, all the things I do. I've been running out of time, think I need to rewind, feeling out of line. I put everything aside, hoping that I make it right, all the things I do.
Right, folks, welcome back to Crucial by Micron Presents IMCharlie Community Clash, powered by Zotac Gaming. Madness has switched out. Baba Gusta is here, making his debut in League of Legends for TEC as well. I believe he's been casting forever. So, welcome, Baba. How are you feeling about casting a new game?
Yeah, I mean, thank you so much, Kaka, and once again, thanks for the Esports Club for providing me an opportunity to cast for League of Legends. And I have to say, the first match that I was looking right now between Team KEKXILE versus G2R was really fantastic. I mean, I know I've played League of Legends way back, so I do have some knowledge about it. But when it comes to an esports side of League of Legends, it's a lot more. You know, when it comes to a total of 140 champions, right? So it's interesting. I mean, since map number 1, we did get to see G2R perform really well, but let's see, we still have 4 more matches to go, right?
Well, potentially 4 more matches to go. Could be done in 2 as well, so you never know. But having said that, guys, if you do want to participate in such tournaments, do join our Discord channel. The link is in the description. LOL INSA. We do have an ongoing event, finding Timo. Do participate in that, as well as we are going to jump into the champ select for game 2 of KEKXILE versus G2R, where it looks like KEKXILE have chosen the red side for themselves, so not finding their feet in the blue side of the map coming in. The bans are coming in really quick. The Tamkinch will see the deck for this one, as will the Yasuo from game 1, and I really hope they ban Irelia out. There you go, finally. That's how these guys learn, I think.
Yeah, I mean, on the first map itself, we did get to see the wonders of Tom Kench from Scythe, from KEKXILE. So G2R just makes a decision to just ban it instead. They don't want to deal with those constant slows and constant swallows that would end up, messing with the entire team composition. So with that being out in the picture, we do get to see why being banned as well from KEKXILE. So interesting changes when it comes to the bans, and the first pick from Hades will be Corki.
Yeah, Corki, I think he's really strong in the current patch. Did get a lot of buffs coming in, but yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. The Vi gets banned as well. They don't want to play against it since the Tamkin is banned. I think that's their answer to the Vi. So no risks there. Hoka can just pick up his Jarvan once again, but it looks like they're going towards a blind on. And this could be a Mordekaiser pick coming in for the top side of the map for G2R. Hades may pilot that as well, but the Zyra is going to get picked up. Smoker did play it yesterday in game 1. Sorry, I believe it was game 2. Did really well in the laning phase, and it's such a great anti-engage champion when you especially have the on coming in, the Jin as well for the laning phase. So I think it's a great champion to pick. And Cassante, of course, was banned in game 1 in the first pick and ban phase, and he is going to come in as well. MVP performance by Hades in game 2 in the semi-final as well yesterday.
Yeah. Now, since Cassante has been unlocked and just waiting for the next 2 bans, interesting enough, Thresh will be brought out from Incarnate, a really powerful support when you synergize with Jin. So all you have to do is just get those hooks right, and once it goes out well, Jin could be able to start using his skill shots to help dish out more maximum damage. So you do have a lot of great synergies coming in from KEKXILE's end. From G2R though, Zyra is also a very good support when it comes to providing a lot of pokes and damage to the opponent's side, and it would definitely provide a lot of distractions. And for KEKXILE, they definitely need a really good jungler for providing those supports as best as possible to try to outdish the amount of damage that they need.
Yeah, and just looking at the ban phase now, so the Yone is going to get banned. I expect another mid ban coming in. The LeBlanc, again, they don't want to play against it on the side of G2R. Fair enough, that gets banned as well. So Syndra ban should follow up as well, just making Fahad very uncomfortable about his champion pool. The Akali is going to get banned. That sort of indicates that Fahad may try to pick up the Orianna in the mid lane or the Silas if he wants to, but realistically does not have really great ultimates to pilot that. The Syndra, again, as predicted, is going to get banned here. This should be the jungle pick. I see no reason why you can't play the J4 yet again. Did not have the best games in game 1, but it wasn't the root cause of the problem that was the Irelia actually in game 1. So the J4 is left open, can be picked up. The Gwen is there as well if they decide to pick it, but no, it looks like the Victor is going to come in. Very interesting, saving the jungle pick for that round 5 pick 5 phase. And here Hammy should be looking towards his Orianna instead. He is phenomenal on that champion. I see no reason why he shouldn't be picking that.
Yeah, I mean, we also have a Blitzcrank, which is almost being picked from Simp. Could be that maybe we could see a different pick. Yeah, there you go, Skarner. I mean, you already have the Zyra as the support. You definitely don't need another support, to try to, hold on all the way from the ADC side. But yeah, you need a powerful jungler. Skarner will definitely help, especially with the suppression, being able to, reposition most of the enemy's side in a way that it would feel disadvantageous from themselves. But yeah, Smoker, yet another with an interesting pick though, coming in from the side of Team G2R.
Yeah, and that's going to be the Silas logged in against the Victor. It's a good matchup for the Silas. I think Victor can do well as well. I'm really expecting the Gwen to come in, as I said earlier, and they are going to hover it. Let's see if they do decide to lock it in. Really good against the Skarner, and the Cassante as well can burn these tanks down very easily, and that's going to get locked in. And now we do have the compositions completed for either side, and I just feel like G2R have gotten the pick of the litter. So many important picks on the blue side right there. I have no idea how they have managed to get the Cassante, Skarner, the Corki as well, and the Silas in a really good matchup. So this is going to be really hard for KEKXILE, who did pick up the Thresh, which is sort of off meta right now. The Gwen jungle you don't really see, but is really strong in specific matchups like the one we have right now. And the Victor is just very underwhelming as a champion. So I don't think that should have come out as well, especially blind. And again, KEKXILE have a lot to do, a mountain to climb if they are going to beat G2R just based on on the compositions coming in.
Yeah, absolutely, Kaka. I mean, since just like you said, it could maybe end up in a 3-0, or KEKXILE could have a chance to bring it back up on maybe on map on the second match or the third match entirely. But looking at the composition itself, I would say that G2R has a really strong pick, and for KEKXILE, like you said, there is a slight off meta champions which could hinder a little bit, but let's not count off the off metas as of now. I mean, there's still a chance where KEKXILE could salvage some of the situations on team fights. It's just we just have to wait and see, when that opportunity presents to KEKXILE.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it is going to be very interesting. And again, in a best of five, if you find yourself 2-0 down, it's almost very unlikely that you're going to come back. So KEKXILE really have to do their best to win this one out and take us to a best of three instead of the best of five, and then take it from there. I really did like the bans coming in for their side. 4 mid bans, obviously, against Hammy. Still getting one of the most powerful champions in the meta right now, so that says a lot about how this draft has gone. But KEKXILE should really be playing towards their strength, that is their jungler, that is their mid laner. Even the top laner did really well last game, but now it's a noodle fight towards that top side of the map, and no one's going to come ahead in that matchup specifically. It's just about the team fights, and the team fights look really scary for G2R. And KEKXILE, if the Gwen dies, might run out of damage as well. So it is a very uphill battle. As you said, off meta picks can obviously work, but the Zyra just does so well against the Thresh. You really should not be expecting to hook either the Corki or Zyra, because you can just use those plants and grow them to dodge these hooks and plays coming in. So that's going to be very interesting to watch as well. And we will be jumping into game 2 pretty soon, guys. And do let us know who you think is going to win this match, or the series rather. It's very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, especially on the first map itself, Kaka, we did get to see the way how Ninja's performance as Y on the first matchup while he was performing his jungle. I mean, he was currently the MVP on the first matchup. Second map, he's currently playing as the Skarner, and he's going up against Scythe, who's currently playing as Orb. So it will be an interesting matchup to figure out exactly whether if Ninja Way can do the exact same thing like he did on the first matchup, but with a different champion, of course. But all in all, match number 2, interesting one, interesting champions that we did get to see from both the sides. One, off meta wise, but it's sometimes, even if it's old, there's a specific saying that says old is gold, right? So that is a sort of a situation where, from the side of KEKXILE, they might be able to figure out a way. But like you said, Zyra's plants, very difficult for Thresh to land those hooks, especially when Zyra's counter can just immediately spawn another minion to block most of those important attacks. So it really depends on what kind of items that they're going to use, whether if it would be an offensive item or a defensive item, or would they just go for a debuff item like a Mikhail's Blessing. Maybe, I'm not quite sure, but it really depends on the situation of the map, right?
Yeah, 100%. And having said that, guys, we do have these community clashes almost every week nowadays. It seems like the registration for the next one, that is going to be Shriman Legend Community Clash, is still open. That's going to be for 100,000 rupees total prize pool. So do participate. Again, as we said earlier, do join the Discord channel. Do follow us on the social medias as well, to keep up to date as well. The link is in the description. LOL INSA. And having said that, we are going to jump into the game 2 of this grand finals for IMCharlie Community Clash, where G2R currently lead 1-0, and KEKXILE with a sneaky invade coming in. The Thresh is going to use his death sentence to no use. That brush was warded, so they do have an idea on the side of G2R that the invade had come in. And now let's see if what sort of information has been exchanged, and if that alters the pathing coming out from the junglers even a bit.
Yeah. I mean, right now, the usual. I mean, let's not forget, this is the grand finals after all. So each and every decision counts from both the sides. So for G2R, they've secured one. And if they secure this matchup as well, they are this close of reaching the first place position for IMCharlie Community Clash tournament. So, everything
Yeah,
is on the line.
100%.
And we just need
And
to. I'm pretty sure there won't be no invades as of now.
yeah, it's too late for invades now. Although we do see the on hovering towards the top side of the map, so they're just going to find out where the scanner is starting and play the matchup accordingly. Kasante might try to get some damage, and actually is going to miss his Q onto the on. Not the end of the world for him, as Gwen has altered her pathing coming in. Did start the Raptors, but it looks like he's going to invade the opposite jungle. But yet again, it is warded. They do have an idea that the Gwen has entered the bot side of the jungle, and let's see uh, what the scanner decides to do. But really, I mean, these are some really great wards that have come out from the side of G2R. Just uh, you know, finding out every surprise that KEKXILE might have planted for them. As we see in the mid lane, the 1-2 death is going to try to go all in. That's the level 2 marker coming in. The E won't connect, but still a lot of damage done towards the side of that Victor.
I mean, the amount of pokes that I've witnessed from Undead, like even if he's playing as the Irelia or the Yone, like his performance when it comes to laning phase, especially in mid, looks really amazing though. But talking about the top lanes though, once again, Kasante, huge damage, high likely a chance that he might be able to secure the first blood, but no, safely. Just falls back as of now, pops some potions, but the damage is quite a lot though, all the way from the top side. Hooks will be made from Thresh. Once again in the bot lane, quite a lot of damage, and the CC is just too much. Flash will be
Oh,
committed.
she's just
Unfortunately,
going
the
to
Ignite
survive.
won't be able to catch one of the players. And Corki
Yeah.
just trying to deal some damage as best as
Just
possible.
to cut
but,
you off right there,
yeah.
Baba, but we do see a dive coming in towards that top side of the map. Actually, the on does have flash. The Silas is going to take the turret hit, and that's a really beautiful dive coming in. A lot of farm denied as well from the on, who has the TP, can come in. Silas had his wave pushed in, so he is not going to miss out on anything, as a TP available for himself as well. And let's get the replay of that, because I think that was really beautifully played. Just realizing that there is a dive to be had towards the top side of the map. Really beautiful change of aggro coming in, onto that goes and uses his chains to connect. Uses the flash to get out of the turret range, and Kasante is the benefactor of that dive. And again, all of this started when the Gwen decided to exchange the top side of the map for the bottom side of the map, enabling the scanner to path towards that top side and punishing the on.
Yeah, and right now, since the first blood itself, being in favor for G2R, clearly is going to have a bit of problems from their end. But right now, the main thing that they can focus on to has to be in towards the laning phase. Sante, on the other hand, will have some great items from his end. A little bit of magic resist followed up with Tear of the Goddess to provide him some extra mana. And that mana should be more than enough to provide a lot of pokes towards Ornn, all the way from the top side.
Yeah, and I mean, that was really close as well in the top side, but the bottom as well, as another hook is going to come in, but not going to follow that up. They do have an idea where the scanner is. The Thresh does have his flash available, so should not really be in any trouble. Takes a lot of damage, should be able to get out though. But yeah, having said that, Ansari was so close to getting the first blood for himself onto Zen in that bot side of the map before the play had come in towards that top side. So that was very close to comfort as well, and pretty unlucky for the bottom lane of KEKXILE in not securing what could have been the first blood of this map too. As we see in the mid lane, unto death 11 CS ahead currently, has been really involved. in the map as well, just trying to make plays. Hits level 6, steals the ultimate, is going to use it to wave clear and just look for a really safe recall.
Yep. Especially in the early phase. Currently, we only see G2 securing the first kill for the time being. And right now, we do see a ping being made from G2 to try to, get void grubs as best as possible. Meanwhile, on the mid lane, a gank attempt from the side of KXK. It's going to be a tough one, but here comes his own teammate, Skarner, coming all the way from the mid side. Catches very low on HP. Victor, he won't survive, and neither does Silas. 1-1 back away. Here comes the teammate all the way from the bot lane, and the damage from Skarner will be devastating. 2-2, equalized on a second matchup. It's almost going head to head here, Kaka.
Yeah, but the 2-for-1 trade actually favors KEKXILE as the grubs are up and Gwen is going to start that off. Should not be a problem as the bot lane from the side of KEKXILE, Ansari and his support have moved up towards that top side of the map, leaving the Corki alone. So maybe he gets a plate or two maximum, but it's not going to do too much as K'Sante is still lurking and fishing for something, but I don't think you can. Oh, that's a huge knockup actually.
Wow.
That sets the team fight perfectly as the Silas has joined back in. This might be a dead Jin, but I think that's still a great trade for the side of KEKXILE, who did pick up 3 grubs for themselves. Losing out only 1 member, I think that's, you take that trade all day of the week for sure. As we go into the pause, maybe we'll get to see the replay as well of the earlier fight that had happened in the mid lane. Unto Death seems like has disconnected, so we'll be hoping he joins back in really quickly, and he has. Towards the bot side though, Corki getting poked out. Victor can do that unless you are someone who can just go all in, and they are going to set up another dive towards this on as Skarner uses his E, stuns the on, who's going to dive once again under turret. And this time he's going to lose out on a lot of these minions, a lot of farm and gold. And just look at the difference as well. 36 CS to 53, 2-0 and 1 for the side of K'Sante, who is again being set up perfectly by his team for for success in this game too.
Yeah, once again, it's Ninja way with the Skarner. 2 ganks back to back all the way from top lane. I mean, he did the same thing while he was playing his Y. Not a turret dive, but the second matchup itself, they're just, the aggressiveness is just through the roof, though, from G2R. So right now we're going to witness KEKXILE securing Cloud Drake. It shouldn't be much more of it shouldn't be a difficult situation for them, as the side of G2R will not try to contest in it. Already there was a huge, fight that had happened to secure the Void Grubs. Still 4-2. When it comes to gold advantage, G2R still has the advantage. But all in all, it's really interesting to see how we get to see the side of Team KEKXILE slowly, getting back up their pace, even though they've lost quite a lot in the early few rounds.
Yeah, I mean, they have lost a lot of kills and a lot of farm, but they have been able to pick up these objectives. The Void Grubs were picked, the Dragon as well as Unto Death is going to look for a trade coming, takes the turret hit, and so is going to get the wrong end of the trade right there. 70 to 17 CS, but Silas, once he gets that Hextech Proto Belt completed, is going to be a menace in this matchup. Having said that, K'Sante has just been accelerated so far ahead. 2 plates, 2 kills, 1 assist, has the tier, has the chain vest as well for himself. He's looking just too strong in these team fights that are going to come in soon. It's sort of a lull state going on in the map as there's not much objectives, so these teams are just going to farm it out as the Gwen gets spotted by the sweepers, is going to get pushed back, nothing doing there. K'Sante looking for an all-in, but the W from on is going to dodge that ultimate. The on horn comes in, but I think he still might end up dying. That's beautifully played, and make that 3 kills for the K'Sante, and the on, who was picked up so early on in the draft phase, just suffering at the hands of this really overpowered K'Sante champion in the top side of the map.
Oh boy, here comes the suppression though from Skarner, and here comes the execute all the way. Still have the Zyra providing with some major damage. Corki on the other hand, Securing the kill, it will be Skarner, all the way from the bot side. Once again, a successful gank. Like every single gank that you've seen from Ninja Wave, all three of them successful. With a kill not being traded out in the process, it looks like a very good situation for G2R to be in, especially in the early phase. But if you talk about KEKXILE, they are securing some objectives. So you could see that there is a 50-50 chance where even though the ganks have been successful, they're not securing quite a lot of objectives, and that could help KEKXILE in securing most of the situations. And I could say that the bot fight, securing important kills that they wanted, it's more than enough to give them some great economies to upgrade their items in the process.
Yeah, but I mean, the gold lead is just going to keep increasing if these guys just end up dying so many times. You can see the level difference as well coming in, especially towards the top side of the map. I don't think KEKXILE will have enough damage to kill the Cassante in these team fights, let alone survive the onslaught that's going to come up from that champion himself, as Nasher's Tooth, it looks like, is going to come in for the Gwen, who is pushing the turret down in the bottom lane with the Jin, with the Thresh. So they have given up on these grubs unto death, looking for a really strong trade as well. Takes half of Victor's HP bar down, who can't really do much against the Silas anyway. Skarner looking towards that mid side of the map, as the blue trinket was used for the side of Victor, so maybe he has an idea. But you can see the cavalry is arriving towards that mid side. Gwen and Thresh trying to follow and maybe punish the Silas, as we see another all-in coming in. We have fights on both the ends right here. We're going to follow the mid lane. A beautiful suppression yet again. Should be enough for him to escape. Never mind, Victor is going to pick that kill up. And also in the top lane, nothing doing, but 2-level advantage for the Cassante.
Yeah, it was a 2v3 situation all the way from mid, so it going in with an execute like that definitely didn't quite favor for them. And since Silas is very low on HP, won't have no other choices but to fall back and recall. Meanwhile, if you take a look at the bot lane itself, if you take a look at the CS from both sides of the ADC, currently Corki is in the lead with a total of 104. He's almost prepped and ready with the Triforce that he's currently building as of now. But yeah, top lane once again. The only change that we did get to witness is that every time when Skarner makes a gang, that's the only place where you do get to see a lot of kills being made. Even on mid lane, on top lane, both those lanes are currently just playing it for creep scores, right? So not a lot of damage, not a lot of kills being made, but only it really depends on the junglers who've been carrying out most of those important kills, especially once they figure out a loophole in the system, in which they did find one.
Yeah, having said that, the second dragon is going to get started here. There's no way I think Exile can try to contest this one. The Silas has his power spike, is looking to go and actually get stunned under the turret, so he's going to take a lot of damage. The Victor ultimate comes out, as well as the dragon is going to get picked up. Skarner looking for something right there. Let's see if he can find it. No, he can't. Jin is going to... Oh, beautiful Zaire ultimate actually is going to knock up the Victor and the Thresh, and that's going to be an easy kill. But shutdown being traded for the side of Victor, who finds himself 2-1-2 in this matchup suddenly.
Yeah. A very, a tough close call, but Zyra's combo of that E and ult was really powerful. But right now, Skarner is all by himself. The suppression worked, but he's not going to stay alive, and so does Corki. Flashes away to safety. We even have the stun to try to figure out a way, but currently Corki's in a very bad place. The stuns will be made, so is the kill, and Zyra too late to save his teammates. 7-6, G2R currently in a spot of a bother.
Yeah, beautiful ultimate actually from the on, cancelling the Valkyrie from Corki, so he was not able to get out of that situation. But let's see what they lose on the other side of the map. As this Cassante is pushing in, the TP is going to come out from the on, so that turret will live to see another day. But the Thresh is here as well. Cassante does have flash, is going to use it very early on. Really well played by him. Uses the W as well, so he's not going to get hooked, and just gets out of a very sticky situation easily, as Unto Death is pushing towards this bot side. The Victor's going to come in though to defend his bot laner rather to just be fine and farm. But in the mid lane now, a lot of rotations coming in, but G2R is really pushing the buttons here and putting a lot of pressure towards the side of KEKXILE.
Yeah. Taking a look at the info game though, G2 are currently having quite a lot of info all the way from the blue side, the blue buff of the side. So it's going to be a bit tough for KEKXILE to be careful when it comes to finding information on players' whereabouts. But maybe we might have another fight all the way from the bot side. You get to see all the players currently prepped and ready, try to fight for info game once again, but you still have Zyra with those important pokes. That's currently doing quite a lot of damage towards Thresh, but all in all, they're just going to clear all the visions that's been placed around from the enemy side. And once that's done, they'll be able to resume their work back to try to focus on gaining objectives. Meanwhile, on the top side, knockups being made. Still, both of them alive and still kicking. But all in all, 7-6. When it comes to gold economy, it's just 3k lead here, Kaka.
I mean, yeah, 2000 actually the gold lead, but it's quite significant when you look at who has the lead, right? The Cassante for the side of G2R. The Victor has found himself back in the game, as we can have look at the gold numbers as well coming in for both these champions in the mid lane. I don't think there should be a lot of difference. Yeah, exactly. The Silas is still 300 gold ahead as we look at another all-in coming in from the side of Cassante. The flash actually is not up for the on. Oh, the third Q misses. Let's see if he can still get him. Yeah, he does. That's going to be another solo kill for the Cassante. Should be an easy second turret as well towards the top side of the map, as Unto Death uses his own Gwen ultimate, but unfortunately is going to pay for it with his life. The TP was burned as well from the side of Scythe in that top lane, Hades in that top lane rather, to no use actually. But his items right now, Unending Despair completed, looks like he's making the Hollow Radiance as well. So once he has that item completed, he is going to be unkillable in the team fights that are going to come pretty soon, I'm sure, as the third dragon is going to spawn as well. A lot of pressure in the bot side of the map, though. The Cassante can't really hold up towards his one, as the Silas is going to burn his TP and look for a kill, but is not going to find too much.
Yeah, securing Rift Herald will be the utmost importance, but wait a minute, we still have Silas. The bot side, quite a lot of damage being dealt around. Just trying to go back to safety as best as possible. Victor, on the other hand, the stuns not really working out. Quite a lot of damage being dealt around, but still, just by knowing that there were more than 4 players, it would be wise for them to just fall back. So most of the teammates are here to try to come back and see whether if they could try to get the dragon, which is going to spawn all in just 3 seconds. Cloud Drake will be an important factor for these teams. So if one of them gets it, it will be favorable for either of these two teams.
Yeah, but it looks like Exile do want to contest. Is actually starting it off on their own. I really don't think they should be looking to team fight right now. Silas does have 2 items completed, is looking to recall though, so maybe they have decided to give it away. Yeah, it does look like it. Did take a lot of damage, but the Skarner is going to come in towards that mid side.
Yeah, and even with the flash being expanded though from Victor, I believe not going to go in for the initiation of the fight just yet. So once again, it will be just the games of wards, because Baron Nashor will spawn in around 25 seconds. So they got to be prepped and ready for all the situation that they can come in towards. Top lane tower will be destroyed, and I have to say the current power for Cassante will be a very difficult thing to look at, Kaka. Just like you said, the amount of items that currently he has, both Spirit Visage, he's going to be a menace for the side of KEKXILE to deal with.
Yeah, 100%. And just a lot of magic damage coming in from the side of KEKXILE, right? So the Spirit Visage second does not really hurt, as T2 turret in the top side is going to go down. So that's going to be a lot of gold Yet again towards that side of Casante, who is just looking unstoppable so far in this one, as On looks to go in for some reason. I think he just might end up dying. That is such a big mistake. Why would you do that? As the Gwen is going to come in as well, but I don't think there is a kill to be had for the side of KEKXILE right here. Never mind, the shutdown does come in for the Jin, and we have a really big team fight. Zyra is going to use her ultimate. As the Silas chain lashes onto the Victor, might end up dying as well, as Victor goes unstoppable. Fahad doing really well on this champion. And that was a 2-for-1, but big shutdowns going on towards the side of KEKXILE. Overall, I still feel like G2R came out on top in that one, as the value of the turret is just too big, even in setting up the Baron and Vision towards that top side of the map. But big mistake for G2R right there, giving up two shutdown bounties, especially that 400 gold shutdown bounty towards the Jin. So he will have his LDR or Mortal Reminder, whichever he chooses to complete for himself really soon as well. Two items have come out for the Gwen right now, has the Shadow Flame, has the Nashor's Tooth, so she's looking really strong as well. Two items completed for the Victor as well in the mid lane, the Leantis and Blackfire Torch. Um, going towards that void staff, it seems like, as the LDR does come out as well for the Jin. So now that spikes have been hit for the side of KEKXILE, who are still only 2000 gold behind, so that has been the constant. They have survived this early onslaught, the early game coming in for the side of G2R, and they should be really favored going forward, especially with the Gwen, who can burn these tanks down in the team fights really easily.
Yeah. And when you have a tank like Asante, I would say that having an item with previous wounds would definitely help in reducing the health regen that Kasante gets. So it could help in some certain situations though. But when it comes to the jungle ganks, I would say that currently Skarner's ganks have been so efficient for these past few minutes, right? So especially in the mid game right now, we do get to see KEKXILE to try to come back in those certain situations, but maybe one of them gets stuck out all the way from the mid side, and here comes the wombo combo. Zyra's ult, so is the Thresh ult, capturing so many players, and right now, as we take a look at it, it's just chaotic in these situations. Once again, Skarner catches one of them, and that is Victor, currently in a very bad spot, but all four players are so low on HP, but you still have Jin taking 1 damage. Triple kill for Corki, as we see that G2 are currently facing a really good situation in mid lane.
Yeah, that was a really big fight for the side of G2R. Let's look at the replay. They all just stacked up in one place for the Zyra ultimate to come in. The Corki could dish out his damage. The Kasante can just wreak so much havoc as well. As let's look what ultimate did Silas steal right here. It was the Gwen ultimate. So 3-man knockup coming in. Uses the Gwen ultimate. The Gwen goes down first. That's not a good sign at all. The Skarner flashing behind the Thresh finishes him off. The On, really, he's just a sandbag right now. Has only 1 item completed, 0, 6, and 4. 22 minutes, has 91 CS. So there's, I mean, that's just a very poor showing for the side of Scythe. And yeah, just like that, the Corki picks up the triple kill, goes 3-1 and 3, has the Essence Reaver and the Triforce completed, is going to pick up the pickaxe and BF sword as well, as Thresh is going to get caught again. Corki picks up another kill for his troubles. The Skarner ultimate comes out onto the Gwen. She is going to die, and that should be a really easy Baron for the side of G2, who have now just exploded this game wide open, and this is going to be so difficult for KEKXILE to come back from. Skarner looking towards the Victor, who uses his flash. A really great gravity field coming out will stun the Zyra and Silas. Both the Zyra is going to go down. It looks like Corki yet again is the benefactor, picks up another kill and goes 6-1 and 3 in the span of literally 3 minutes. He has gotten 6 kills.
6 kills, 6 impactful kills for G2R. It's more than enough to give them time to capture Cloud Drakes, but for Baron Nashor, they will have a fight. And currently looks like they're going in for the steal. If this steal works, it could be great, but no, immediately denied from Cassante. All three of them getting locked and loaded, and even with the heals, even with the grievous wounds, Cassante is still alive, but finally he gets shut down. He goes away, but the Cloud Drake still at the hands of G2R.
Yeah, so that's going to be 2 dragons a piece. I think losing Cassante for the dragon is just fine. Corki was pretty low. Recall picked up the Infinity Edge for himself. I think the Jin is just shy 400-500 gold as well from the item itself. But in team fights, I just don't see a way for KEKXILE to win unless someone from the side of G2R makes a really big mistake, as the on horn is going to get stolen. And Gwen gets caught once again. The Skarner ult comes in. Zyra is going to pick that kill up. And I think this should be a Baron start coming out for the side of G2R. And that's exactly what they're going to do. Try to force a fight here is the right call. Zyra again does so well. Has the ultimate, has the flash and heal available for herself. And it's not even a 50-50 since the Gwen is dead. KEKXILE navigating towards that top side of the map to enter the river, but I really don't think they have the facilities to do anything here, as the Baron will get picked up eventually. There you go, it does get picked up. Nothing doing for the side of G2R. Cassante uses his ultimate, takes the Thresh to Narnia, is going to finish him off right there, as the on is going to get logged as well. Hammy on to the victor, picks up a kill. Corki gets the 7th kill of the game. Make that, never mind. The shutdown comes in for the side of Cassante. And this looks like it is going to be game 2 for the side of G2R.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, they have the Baron Nashor. They've even secured almost an ace.
They can end. They can end.
Yeah, they can definitely end. I mean, even though if Gwen is still alive, it's still a 1v4, 1v5 situation where they need to figure out a way to hold their ground out for inhibitor turrets, which in fact is not going to happen. So one of the inhibitor turrets will be destroyed, but the inhibitor still stays alive. So I believe they're going to fall back for now. Recall, get some good blue buff as well for mana regen, followed up with cooldowns for the side of G2R. But all in all, that team fight, especially towards Baron Nashor, was very crucial. And since G2R securing that Baron Nashor and also taking out players both at the same time, clearly gives them the advantage that they need both when it comes to kill count. 21 kills out of 13, and with a huge goal lead up to 52.4k. So G2R looking really good, especially in the second matchup. Skarner's jungling is just off the roof at this point, Kaka. I mean, the amount of suppression, the amount of target that the Skarner does, being able to catch Victor or Gwen or maybe even Thresh, especially once they're trying to clear out the sites, try to get some info towards the jungle. It's just Skarner is just a menace at this point. I mean, they're just catching players off guard by his suppression, and they have no proper statements to counter it.
Yeah, 100%. And Skarner is such a low econ champion as well. You don't really need a lot of farm or items on him. You get these 2 items and you are essentially gonna tank forever. It's all about the CC in the team fights, and he's been doing really well, suppressing the Gwen, who does need a lot of farm. Has the 2 items completed, but what's the point if you're not going to get to hit anyone in these team fights, as he finally uses his ultimate onto the Sylas. But I think the Sylas might just get out, and there you go, the on flashes and headbutts nothing, as the Sylas just gets out scot-free. Is looking to cancel the recalls as well, actually, towards the top side of the map. Is going to cancel the Gwen recall, and this should be another inhibitor for the side of G2R, who are just pushing their way towards victory. The death sentence misses, the Skarner hitting that turret. Corki is here as well with the Triforce, so I really don't think there's any contest going on there, as the Sylas will get the top inhib as well. The on just does nothing at this point. He is going to use the ultimate. Never mind, that was the stolen Sylas ultimate actually, which did knock up the Thresh, and we are looking at the end of game 2 as Sylas ends up dying crucially.
Yeah, almost though, but you still have KEKXILE fighting back.
Oh,
Because
they
currently
do
the
fight
Baron,
back.
yeah, the Baron buff has been extinguished as of now, so they don't have that bonus buff. So a lot of players will be taken down, but at the cost of 3 inhibitors. Meanwhile, Corki is at its legendary state, so quite a lot of economy will be in his hands. So a lot of items will be present towards him. He'll have Infinity Edge, he'll have Triforce, he'll have Essence Reaver. Oh boy, more. It's just like that one person once said, tons of damage equals uh, you know great responsibility. It's funny because I mix
Yeah,
both of them at the same time.
for sure. But the items that really scare me off is the Cassante, man. Has the Jack show unending despair completed? He is not going to die in these team fights. For sure, if they can kill the Gwen at the start of the team fights, there is no one that's going to touch that guy. As the dragon is going to get picked, but it really does not matter at this point. The Gwen really needs the Zonias, or at least the QSS, to survive the Skarner ult, which we have seen keeps on connecting onto these really important carries from the side of KEKXILE. And yeah, uh, great play coming out from G2R, actually making a full use of that Baron buff and getting all 3 inhibitors. And now it's just up to them, uh, how they plan to close out this game.
Yeah. It's going to be a tough one, though, especially when you have Skarner's suppression just constantly reeling them back in on each and every gunfights, making it much tougher for the side of KEKXILE to even defend themselves. And here we go, once again, one final fight for G2R to secure match number 2 for the Community Series Cup. They are very close to reaching series point as well. They've secured 3 of the inhibitors, and now they're just waiting for the Baron Nashor to spawn in, which will be around 35 seconds. So once it's spawned out, once they get the buff, it's going to be a tough one for KEKXILE to defend the base, unless and until if they find an opportunity to steal, though.
I don't think so. I mean, Gwen does not have the flash for herself, so she can't really flash into the pit. Can use her E and hop on towards the other side of the wall, but the vision control that G2R have currently on the top side of the map makes it really uncontestable for the side of KEKXILE, unless they just planning on running it down 5-man, just sending it and making it a 50-50. It does not look like that's going to happen, so this should be a really easy free Baron coming in for G2R, who are not taking any risks in closing this game out, as they shouldn't. It is a final. It is a very important match point if they can secure it. So there shouldn't be any risks involved. Cassante, Corki, everyone's just going to recall for the final time, pick up their items. Unending despair on that Skarner. Morph Malmotius completed onto the Corki. Double needlessly large rod picked up for the Silas as well. And yeah, this is going to be a really one-sided team fight if it happens. But the Cassante has TP'd right here. Let's see if they can punish him. Does not look like they will, as all 3 lanes are pushing in for the side of KEKXILE, and they have to make a choice of which one to defend. They do have a lot of wave clear from the Victor and Gwen, but the Baron buff minions along with 3 NMs are just too much for any champion in the game.
Yeah, there's quite a lot that's happening right in towards the base. So even with all 5 champions, to try to defend all by themselves, they need to figure out a way to cancel out one of them, which will be tough. Skarner's suppression, once again, capturing Gwen. Even with Zonia's Hourglass, it's definitely not going to help them at all. Shutdowns will be made, and with it, it's the final ace for G2R. G2R could secure it once again. No, it's still a 3v5 situation though. Skarner once again catches one of the players. Still falling back, but all in all, we all know what's going to happen, folks. It's G2R securing yet another win for the Grand Finals.
Oh, I mean, yeah, G2 are just showing up to play today. Back-to-back wins, securing the match point as well right now. So one more win for them, and they will be winning the best of 5. This was a pretty close game until it wasn't towards that Baron side, where the side of KEKXILE just looked as G2R picked up the Baron and then they killed them as well. And it seems like we have a mismatch in the top side of the map as well. For the side of G2R, Hades doing really well on the Cassante, getting multiple solo kills. Of course, was set up by his jungler and mid laner uh, to succeed. But yeah, G2 are moving 2-0 up against KEKXILE, and KEKXILE now have to dig deep to find a way to win this matchup.
Yeah, just one more matchup, and G2R is on its way to secure their first place position at IMCharlie Community Clash. But all in all, I have to say the second matchup was a really a doozy one, though, not gonna lie. Especially in the early rounds, yes, we did get to witness G2R having some slight mishaps with KEKXILE, to try to punish their mistakes all the way from the bot side. But all in all, when it came out towards the mid phase of the fights, capturing Baron Nashor, followed up with yet another ace to take out KEKXILE, was basically a nail in the coffin for KEKXILE's losing almost all of their inhibitors, and then one final push to secure the win for G2R. So 2 wins back to back, and Ninja Way once again a really great jungler for both matches. The first match playing as the Y, and the second match playing as the Skarner. Although I have to say, for Unto Death, his performance on Silas was, I would say, we did get to see a lot of great peaks, great pokes, but not a lot of kills that we did get to witness from the mid lanes. But yeah, we'll get to see it in the stats as well once we get to look into it.
Yeah, for sure. And just looking at the crucial moments as well for this game too, as you did speak about the Silas, he was, as you said, did not have a lot of kills, but he was setting up a lot of fights, and that's the sort of player that he is. Putting a lot of pressure towards that mid side as well is not going to hurt. So he was there whenever there was an objective to be taken. Of course, Silas is just such a hit and miss champion that either you go 0-15 or 15-0. So if you can manage to linger around that positive KD, it's always going to work pretty well. Having said that, this was the fight, I think, that changed the game. There you go, the Gwen gets caught, and G2R makes the call to get the Baron, I believe it was. Never mind, this was the Corki triple kill right here, and we will see another triple kill coming in for the side of Corki right after this fight finishes. So I think this was the sort of marker around 22-23 minutes where G2R really showed what sort of a team that they are, and just created that such a huge gap between themselves and KEKXILE, and it was just too much to come back from. And there you go, see, Corki gets another double kill, I believe, here, and then a delayed triple as well. And the Gwen just could not find her footing in this one. I mean, should have really made QSs instead of Zhonya's to escape these Skarner ultimates that kept on coming onto her. And I mean, if Gwen dies, I don't think there's any way for KEKXILE to win anyway, and that's exactly what happened this game.
Yeah. I mean, I could say that maybe changing the summoner spell from cleanse would definitely help to escape Skarner's suppression, but you still have
does not work on suppressions.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I'm so sorry. I'm just an old guy back in the 90s, so I thought maybe cleanse would work. But yeah, I'm sorry about that, folks. But yeah, like you said, Quicksilver Sash is also a great item. It could definitely help in cleansing out some certain situations, or maybe having Mikhail's Bell would have helped out, to save his teammate. But you need to be in a certain area of range to mitigate that CC, right? But all in all, I have to say that the performance that we did get to see from G2R was just absolutely exquisite, from both the Hades and Ninja Way. Those two players were currently the ones who were making a lot of game making plays, solo kills quite a lot to take out Ornn. You'd get to see a lot of successful ganks being made from Ninja Way. But yeah, we did get to see Jin from KEKXILE to try to get some kills as best as possible. But by taking a look at the scoreboard itself, 0-2 G2R, once again 1 match away of securing series point for the Community Cup. Securing, even with securing 3 Drakes, it still wasn't enough. And G2R just securing 2 Baron Nashors back to back was more than enough to secure match number 2.
Yeah, and as you can see, the goal difference almost 10,000 for the side of G2R. just getting all these objectives as well. 3 dragons for KEKXILE, but one of those were picked up after losing 3 inhibitors, so I don't think that was worth at all anyway. 2 barons needed for G2R to finish this game, 3 void grubs apiece, Rift Herald as well picked up for G2R. As we jump on forward to see who the crucial MVP for this game 2 was.
Well, we just need to wait and watch and see who it is. It is
And
none
there
other
you go,
than
it's going to
Yeah, there
be
you go.
the Skarner again.
Yeah, Mohammad Zaid Rafiq once again with the Skarner this time. So it's just 2 MVPs back to back with a total KDA of 6-4, 14 assists. All you gotta do is just suppress, reel him back in, and let the ADC and the mage do its work. And yeah, just an amazing way to catch one of the most important players on the side of KEKXILE, weaken their attack phase, especially on team fights, and next thing you know, it's the entire match is theirs.
Yeah, and back-to-back MVPs, as you said, for the side of Ninja, which is really showing up when it matters. And now do you go back and ban the Y and the Skarner? I mean, he might just have another champion up on his arsenal to dictate what happens in game 3. And with that, guys, we will be taking a short break, but when we come back, it is going to be a match point for the side of G2R. 1 game and they would be champions, and KEKXILE do have a lot to think about going into this game 3 draft. And we'll be right back, and we will see you in that game 3.
Next time pick a higher number. Next time you should run for cover. Next time let the giants slumber. They ain't gonna keep me down. No amount of your words get humble. That spirit that refused to crumble. Got the wrong line, reduce the mumbles. 2 a.m. on first. Imitate vultures how they lurk. Take toes with it, I'm out of eye with you, boy. Challenge the best with your worst. This my turf. Way I move is inertia. Can't be stopped, it's unheard of. From the dirt, sweat got my feet muddy. Spin my wins, they might search you. On my word, path took plenty turns. It wrote my confidence in cursive. When submerged, I found resolving my purpose and tell you about it back on surface. I survived. I survived. Ever been lost in the woods, praying that it don't get dark? Ooh. Ever been in a situation couldn't win, but you still had heart? Yeah, if you anything like me, evolve from chum to shark, the hunger starts to grow apart. You didn't know you had. It's like that. Flip the switch, turn it up, and I'm giving it gas. I lock it in on free. Adrenaline double my percent. Made a home in the unknown. I swear I never fear again. I got ice in my blood, big enough to down this shit. I don't care how bad it get. I got 10 toes down. Don't forget, I survived. I survived. When you on the brink and you in too deep, when you feeling weak, when it's hard to breathe, you won't take a knee, never. You won't keep it G forever. Stand up and face whatever. I'm built unique, I'm better than the hard times I've seen. Crime scene, obscene, face the ugly, cover up like Maybelline. Had uncertainty and urgency, cut from me like surgery. Formed again more sturdily, personally. I don't see nobody stopping me. I don't see nobody topping me. I don't see nobody honestly. I run you over if that's what it's gotta be. And it's gotta be what I look like, having fear still haunt me. What I look like, having regret taunt me. Pay that price, I don't care what it cost me. All my life been me against the army. I'ma push the red button on them like Atari. I'm big dog with a human like a Maltese. See more fall off the 03 tall tees. Not sorry for the way I am. Learn to ball them up with no one holding your hand. Never back down, never hide in the sand. If you ain't hear the message, let me say it again. Yo, let me say it again. I survived. I survived. I survived. I survived. I survived.
whispers, listen close. I know you've never strayed from the fold, but that's how freedom begins. Bended knees and broken bones, a bleeding heart never bleeds alone. I am one of many cries. We are far from the ashes. Rise up, break the cage, be the lion, be the storm, be the strike of the lightning. Rise with the dawn, rage like the sun. This is what we came for. Revolution. Burn your bridges, make your choice. Fight your demons, raise your voice. They're only silent if we're making noise. So let the battle begin. Bended knees and broken bones, a bleeding heart never bleeds alone. I am one of many cries. We are far from the ashes. Rise up, break the cage, be the lion, be the storm, be the strike of the lightning. Rise with the dawn, rage like the sun. This is what we came for. Revolution. Rise up, break the cage, be the lion, be the storm, be the strike of the lightning. Rise with the dawn, rage like the sun. This is what we came for. Revolution. Rise up, break the cage, be the lion, be the storm, be the strike of the lightning. Rise with the dawn, rage like the sun. This is what we came for. Revolution. Yeah, I was undercover, wrote me off like the others, but I had secrets inside. You didn't pay attention, like an experiment. No, you're gonna pay for your crimes. I'll change your perspective, I'll teach you a lesson. Look at me now. Oh, look at me now. Try to take me down. Lost but now I'm found. Used to be the victim in the dead of night, but I can be a villain in the moonlight. Look at me now. In the moonlight. I'll make it my mission. Oh yeah, I'll have you wishing you could go back in time to never test my limits. Nothing you say will fix it. I'm too out of my mind. You're riding high, but I've got you this time. Oh, look at me now. Oh, look at me now. Try to take me down. Lost but now I'm found. Used to be the victim in the dead of night, but I can be a villain in the moonlight. Look at me now. In the moonlight. Got you this time, you can't hide.
Guys, welcome back to Crucial by Micron Presents. I am Charlie Community Clash, powered by Zodiac Gaming. We're in Game 3 of the best of 5 grand finals between KEKXILE and G2R, Gear to Revolution. And he's in favor of Gear to Revolution, 2-0 for them right now. It's me, Madness, alongside Baba Gusta. And it's been a heck of a series so far. And both MVPs taken by the jungler of G2R right now is honestly an astonishing thing. Just even getting to MVPs back to back is one crazy thing, and this man has got assists on assists, got 14 assists in both matches, so he's been playing phenomenally well given what his team has been doing. And that Cassandra in the top was just a differential. I expect a ban of that right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of bans that KEKXILE needs to do as of now. And let's not forget, G2R just came all the way from lower brackets, right? And KEKXILE were the one who have secured all of the matches to the upper brackets, right? And right now in the grand finals, it is 2-0 favoring for G2R. So when it comes to the ban wise, I mean, you have to go for an Irelia ban, a Skarner ban, a Vi ban. I mean, that's 2 jungler bans. And I'm pretty sure they will ban Cassandra immediately, especially with the way how Cassandra is so powerful on top lane.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you talked about it, KEKXILE have banned that out. They banned out the Cassandra, they banned out the Irelia. G2 are opting for that Swain ban and the Bard ban that they had done in Game 1, which they honestly prefer. They don't want to face those champions right now. So now it's going to be important. And now also the Tom Cage ban that Scythe was playing a lot. Scythe was really good on this champion. It did cause a problem for that Kayle in the top lane. So KEKXILE, instead of choosing to ban any junglers at all, have chosen to ban 2 mid laners. They banned the Irelia, they banned the Yasuo, and that's out of the hands of Unto Death. And once again, G2R with their first pick are locking in that Corki, a very essential pick in this meta that we have right now. He is very hard to deal with, a lot of potential of true damage. So honestly, one of the greater first picks for their side, and I want to see a bit of more star performance from Hammy this side. Unto Death, it's what we expect from this man. And KEKXILE with their first pick are locking in the Volibear. This is a very versatile champ, can be jungle, can be top, and they're locking that hyper carry of that Kog'Maw as well.
Yeah, especially when it comes to the jungle game from KEKXILE, I would say that when it comes to the jungle game, Ninjaway has been doing a phenomenal job on 2 of the matches, right? And he's already secured MVP on both the matches. So for Scythe, in order to contest with those jungle gangs, he also needs to make sure he does the same job that Ninjaway does, right? So 2 matches, the jungling capabilities is just so powerful that KEKXILE needs to figure out a way to dismantle it. So when it comes to the ban phase, I mean, you're not going to see a Skarner being picked, but instead it will be a Vi. But yeah, Kog'Maw will also be the deciding factor for KEKXILE, since Kog'Maw is the ADC and he'll go up against Corki. It really depends on time itself to determine whether if Corki would still be even much more powerful, as we did get to see on the second matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. And KEKXILE now locking the Renata for their sub pick over there. G2R have once again opted for that Zyra alongside with that Corki, which is going to be an insane bot lane for them. They could have struggled a bit with the poke, maybe a bit from KEKXILE's side, but Zyra with her plants, Corki with his Q does a lot of damage. G2R for the second phase of banning, choosing to ban out the Syndra. Syndra is out of the picture. KEKXILE now don't want Hammy to be playing that Sylas. The Sylas is also out. The Cannon is also out. G2R with their last also eliminate the LeBlanc. This is a pick that G2R have been eliminating quite a bit. Even in the first game they did this ban, so they really don't want to face against the LeBlanc of Incarnation at all. And maybe it also counters one of the pick they're choosing to go for themselves. And now it's up to KEKXILE to either choose and they go for that Rengar in the jungle. That's going to be a nice pick for their side. It's going to spice things up quite a bit. Maybe this is what they think the answer is to the Vi, and this leaves open them to have the counter pick for the mid lane, as they have the last pick in their bank. So now I really want to see what Hammy's going to be picking for his mid lane.
Yeah, mid lane, it's an interesting one to look at though, especially for G2R, since Sylas has been banned, even Yasuo isn't gone. Cass, interesting. For a brief moment I thought I was about to see Yon being picked from Sim, but yeah, Cassiopeia, it's a really powerful mage in towards the mid side. The touch of death, basically stunning for around 3 seconds, is a very powerful tool, followed up with poison, and I believe that's a Jax pick from Smoker.
Yeah, it's not pick. Yeah, the hover. Yeah, yes, it is the
Yeah, it's
pick
a Jax pick.
that is coming in for him right now. So it's going to be the Jax versus that Volibear in the top side, if that's what they actually want to end up doing. Jax is a weaker on the side unless he does create some pressure in the lane. So it's going to be interesting how they balance that out. Now it's all up to KEKXILE. Now they really want, yep, and they're going to lock, and they're going to be picking up the RE for themselves in the mid lane. So it's going to be the RE versus the Cass in the mid lane, the top lane, the Volley versus the Jack. The jungle is going to be that Rengar, which is a very surprising kind of pick given that the Jarvan was still open for Hoka. Hoka could have maybe gone for something like that for more CC kind of things for his team, because his team is definitely lacking a bit in the CC category, while his G2R have that sustain. They have the Castle, they have the Zyra Root, the Vial. There's a lot that you can do to dive onto this, unprotected Kog'Maw essentially in the backline, unless that Renata can actually protect him. So this Kog'Maw is going to have a harder time in these team fights, especially with people like the Vi and the Jax who can just instantly go on him. And can't wait to see what Hades does pull out with this Jax. His Cassante was phenomenal. And it's just going to be a matter of time before we actually do see what these kind of picks actually end up doing over here. The Ahri in the mid lane is also a good pick, given that it's very versatile. You can actually go for many more roams and maybe help your lanes out that way. And I think it's all going to boil down to that first grub fight or the second grub fight that ends up happening in this match.
Yeah, and let's not forget Rengar's abilities. I mean, I'm pretty sure that Rengar will be, on jungle. So if his ganks works out, and if he, especially on late games, he would be an absolute menace for ADCs and mid. So for Cass and Corki, every time when you hear a Rengar scream, you got to be really careful though. So unless and until if you have some wards to detect exactly where Rengar's positioning is, he is more of a one-shot type enemy, right? He just basically one-shots, especially in the late round. So they got to be careful. They have to be careful for volley bears, especially with the huge the Q abilities. And followed up, let's not forget, we also have a really interesting mid laners, two charming mid laners, Cassiopeia and Ahri, although I didn't pronounce it right, which basically the charm versus the poison. But, may the best man win. And for G2R, just one match away of, winning the entire Community Cup series.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a very good point right there. Are on tournament point for themselves. One more win, they'll cement themselves in the history books as one of the only Pakistan teams who have won one of our community clashes right now, right? Either way, it does go down as the Pakistan team's going to win, and G2R do honestly look like the favorites given the kind of matchups that have been happening. We're going to be seeing Hammy on the third different type of champion. He played the Irelia first, now then he played the Silas. Now he's going to be playing the Cassiopeia. So it's going to be interesting to see how versatile he actually is. I would maybe like to see some of his Orianna gameplay, given that I've heard a lot about it. Would have liked to see, maybe it doesn't sit that well in the com, given that you don't have the Nocturne or anything like that. The Vi will be looking to create pressure, and we know that Ninja Way is one of the star players of this team, given his performance in the last two games. So honestly, cannot wait to see more from this man. And the dark horse pick basically of this entire lineup on both teams is that Rengar, right? We usually don't see that much Rengar gameplay in tournaments as of now, and now Hoka has decided to pull that out for himself. So that is going to be a very interesting thing to watch out. Still a little bit worried about the lack of CC on KEKXILE side. So I'm going to be preferring G2R's comp over here right now, given how much they can actually do in team fights, and essentially because they have that Corki for themselves, and you have a very helpless Kog'Maw in the backlines for KEKXILE.
Yeah, if you take a look at the composition itself from G2R, you have quite a lot of CCs, which will be tough for KEKXILE to deal with on certain situations. But if Ahri, gets those important charms, that would be more than enough to chain up those CCs back to back and give KEKXILE the chance that they need to keep fighting for match number 4 and 5.
Yeah, absolutely, and KEKXILE are going to have to work for it. They were on Soul Point last time, they didn't manage to get the Soul Rig for themselves, so that was an important factor. In both matches, it has been 3 grubs to 3 grubs, so I will be looking to one team to at least get that 4th number grub, to get that foiling, get that special buff, the sweet spot that all teams do desire. So it's honestly going to be looking for those fights that I do want to be seeing, and you honestly can't let this Jax get too ahead, otherwise nobody's honestly going to be able to match him in the side lanes, and he can just split push to all glory and just TP in for the fight whenever he does want to. And I can't wait to see how Hades plays this champion and what kind of ruckus he does essentially bring out. And we also do know that Hamid loves to fight a lot, so he's honestly going to go for many trades against this Ahri in the mid lane, and maybe maybe for level 6, maybe looks to lock down something with the help of his jungler, which can give him the edge in that side of the matchup for him.
Yeah, but like once again, first and second matchup, Ninja Ways gangs have been very successful, especially with the Skarner plays. But let's find out whether if match number 3 works out well for G2R, or maybe we might see KEKXILE fling back and try to survive. Win match number
Yeah,
3 with the
maybe.
help of Yaranga's jungle, and currently I believe an invade could be in play from them.
Yeah, but now see, now they spotted out that ward that G2R had left there right before. So now G2R knows that all 5 members of KEKXILE are there towards the bot side. So they are ready. Instead, they are going for their own invade into the red buff of KEKXILE. So that's what's happening. All 5 members of both teams grouped up just on different quadrants. The Volibear has channeled his recall, will be heading the top side once he got his team safely into there. And oh my god, this Kog'Maw just loves this taunt of his. He just loves saying like that. He's just hitting our ears as well. But yeah, instead of actually getting the getting the invade done over there, they just put a deep ward. And now look, it looks like Vi is going to be starting his own blue buff and then probably heading to the red buff, given that he knows that most members of KEKXILE are near
Oh no.
his buff right now. And look at this, Zyra is waiting to see if anything does happen. She now gives the info to her own jungler, so they know about this, what is actually being done to their jungler right now. Zaire trying to be putting in some pokes for himself, and now the Jax in the top lane going head up against the Volibear. Volibear is going to have his passive activated soon, uses the E, Jax dodges it completely, uses his own counter strike, gets some damage in. Now you don't want to trade more than that. Both are using the grasp of the Undying Rune for themselves, so they will be looking to get some insane trades for themselves.
Yeah, and also they have an interesting starting items though. Jack's currently having the Doran Shield, while Volibear having the Doran's Ring with some good ability power from his end. Counter Strike once again, major damage. Volibear still stays alive. Meanwhile, on the bot lane, once again, it's the Corki Sarah combo, and looks like quite a lot of damage has been dealt around from Kog'Maw though. Great damage. It's going to force G2R all the way from the back side and pop some potions.
Yeah, and KEKXILE completely using their advantage. They're hitting the level 2 first to push that Corki all the way back. But look at this, a trap play set up over here for the Rengar. Rengar's trying to run away, but now it's being turned on G2R members. Rengar using the bushes to get one more lead. The charm does land onto the Vi. They don't have the damage to finish it off, and the Vi flashes away to safety. So now that's the flashless Vi, flashless Cassiopeia. And now the Jax and the Volibear have walked down also over towards this side. So now they'll be slowly making themselves way back to lane. So neither of them gets that XP advantage if one of them had stayed over there, because the fight over here resulted in null and void. And once again, KEKXILE just trying to put on the pressure right now. The Jax is going to leap forward with his leap strike, get a bit of damage in. And they both have used up both of their potions right now. Only we're using up 2 instead of the 1 that Jax has. And Jax going in very hard over here. The slow from the E of the Volibear. Make sure that the counter strike, the Jax stun does not land on him, so he walks out of it. The electrocute of the Ari popping on the Cassiopeia here in the mid lane. So Cassiopeia is a little worse for wear right now against the Ari, except in terms of CS. And now the Zyra is trying to get a bit of vision, but it's getting cleared out almost instantaneously. Nothing you can actually do there to match. And look at this fat wave that's going to be crashing underneath the turret here. And Jax may be stepping a bit too forward, but Volibear, instead of chasing, does contain himself with just getting the CS numbers for himself. And now look at this, the Kog'Maw is here, the Renata is waiting there in the middle bush right there for any sign that G2R does walk forward. And G2R very wary of this, not even slightly giving them any space that they can be taken advantage of. The top side, the Jax is TPing back lane, so the Volibear currently has the TP advantage, will be backing and maybe TPing in back for himself. In the mid lane, both TPs have been used. And look at this, the patience working for KEKXILE. The Zyra does walk up two further over there, but look at the jungle that side. G2R's jungler will be going down to KEKXILE's jungle. That's the Rengar taking down the Vi for the first blood of the game.
Yep, an important change of pace, and definitely a warning for G2R to either stay in the bush or stay out of range of the bush, or else you might see a pouncing Rengar ready to kill you. So yeah, first blood, really a good way to start things off for the side of KEKXILE. A really important first blood taking out the jungler, and also like you really get to see the aggressiveness that KEKXILE has been currently placing on right now, especially in the early rounds. Rengar definitely working quite a lot of ways, but meanwhile on the mid side, major damage from the Cass, forcing Ahri to go all the way from the backside. Meanwhile, towards the top side, stuns will connect. Volibear will take some minor damage, but not quite to get killed. But yeah,
Yeah, and that's mostly
Dragon's
because of that
alive.
shield from his
Yeah.
E that does protect a lot. Dragon is alive, as you said. Grubs will be up in 30 seconds time. So now is the time when you see some of the roams for the supports. The Jax and Wally are heavily trading in the top side. Jax has the refillable potion, which gives him certain advantage. Here in the mid side, you can see the flash play is not working out, but you have nowhere to run Cassiopeia, but you do get the kill first. The ulti does land on Renata before finally the kitty cat does take out down the Cassiopeia at the top side. The flash from the volley just about letting him live, but the flash E from the Rengar didn't land, but because Cassiopeia had to walk towards the river bush, she didn't have any space to actually work around with, and that just ends up in being her death. But she does manage to find the Ari before going down, so not allowing her to get any waves for herself. The Renata's trying to pull the wave away from the turret so that Ari does get some of these minions before the rest of them do go down to the turret. Now the dragon being started up by Rengar while Vi is going for the void grubs.
Yep, Dragon secured from KEKXILE, and once again, the aggressiveness playstyle from Rengar would definitely give a bit of a problems for G2R's end. Level 5 already, once again thinking of trying to secure the other's end. The bush catching one of the players, Zyra, in a very tough spot. Zyra needs to run away, so a flash will be used as he survives the onslaught. 1-2, KEKXILE in a very good early start, with some good gold advantage from their end too, including the dragons.
Yeah, absolutely. And now Rengar is also choking the Vi even more, taking away her red buff. But look at this, Vi is taking the red buff in the top side once he had seen the Rengar right here. So they're trading essentially red buffs for each other. The Jax is walking back into lane, is down around 10 CS, while the Ahri in the mid lanes are down around 9. The bot lane almost even Stevens 3 in the favor of the Kog'Maw. And it's more about this jungle, right? Where the jungles are trying to take camps, which are going very good. Look where the volley is. Look where the volley has put down wards right now. He's put in a very deep ward and will be walking right back into the Vi. But he has nobody to help him nearby right now. The Cassiopeia is coming from the bot side. Where do you run? The flash forward by the Jax. The stun does land. The charm connects as well. But the volley has gone dangerously low and will be going down to the Vi. That's another kill for the side of G2R, bringing up the kills to 2-2 even, while the gold difference being 400 gold in KEKXILE even after the kill. Nice charm for the Ahri, does connect plus her Q, but the electrocute proc does not right now because it most likely was used in that fight there in the mid side. Ahri is trying to farm as much as he can without getting chunked down, but just that Cassiopeia is putting so much with this Conqueror. In extended fights, the Cassiopeia will always win, but the Rengar is coming in with the ultimate. The Vi is right there with her own ultimate, and the Cassiopeia turns the kitty cat into stone before securing the kill for herself.
What a counter. All Rengar had to do was just use his Q and another auto attack to take out the Cass, and why is this perfect timing to use the ult to not only save the teammate but also secure the kill in the first place? That is just really good synergy though coming in from G2R. The counters is just insane from KEKXILE, and the amount of jukes that I'm witnessing right here from Unto being able to dodge out some of the champs, although like we did get to see one of the champs being connected at that previous fight. But yeah, talking about the bot lane finds that's happening right now. Corki versus Kog'Maw. Both of them just trading out some minor damage, but they're still alive for now.
Yeah, if that rocket of the Corki had carried was a more explosive one, I think the Kog'Maw would have been worse for weather. Corki had the flash if he had wanted to flash in for it. Is running the cleanse over here, given the amount of CC that KEKXILE do have, is not a bad choice for this laning phase as well. Kog'Maw is low on HP, low on mana, so he will be basing for himself. The Volibear will be looking to channel Abyss, but no, it's cancel it. Vi picking up finally her own blue buff. So now the first 3 grubs went to G2R, right? Now it'll be looking like G2R wants to get the next 3 to finally maybe use advantage of the void grubs for further use. Otherwise, it's not being that potent for them. The Ari will be clearing out her waves, but is around 10 CS behind, as is the Jax to the Volibear. In the jungle, given that the Rengar had eaten so much of the jungle of the Vi before backing, will be up in camps as well. While in the bot lane, it's even Stevens in CS currently right now. Kog'Maw has the Berserker Grease, has the Vampire Scepter, has another dagger as well, while the Corki is halfway, or actually two-thirds of the way towards his Trinity Force. Just needs the Sheen and then that additional gold to buy it. So he's working towards that. Hasn't bought the tier, so maybe looking for this Essence Reaver kind of build that people have been going nowadays with the Corki would be interesting to see. Kog'Maw running the lethal tempo, so will be good in extended team fights as well.
Right now, we do get see some pings being made from G2R that they want to get some Void Grubs as fast as possible. And when it comes to the mid fight between Cass and the Ari, things are just getting pretty heated in those certain situations. But all in all, I believe G2R will secure yet another 3 Void Grubs that could give them much more advantage on late game once they even get the Rift Herald as well in the process. Meanwhile, Rengar all the way from the mid side, counter jungling to try to, steal some minions from the way, providing, making Vi have a little bit of problems when it comes to ganking. Although on the third match, a lot of ganks has been made from Rengar's end because Rengar is currently he's just stealing every single minions from Vi's end, basically reducing most of the levels up. Vi's at 7, Rengar's at 8. But yeah, all in all, it is quite working out for them. And Rengar in late games will definitely be a menace. And looks like that could happen right now, maybe. But yeah, unfortunately, that E did not connect. And maybe we might see a fight on our hands in the bot lane.
Yeah, there's a lot of members right now, and Rengar has channeled his ultimate as well. So, no, he does. No, he still has it. It's just the sound of the W that did confuse me. But now he does have his ultimate. It was channeled, in fact. Does land the Vi. The charm connects as well. Vi has gone dangerously low. Dives while ulting at the same time. The Kog'Maw picks up that kill. And look at this. That's a helpless Cassiopeia over there. That's 2 kills for the ADC of KEKXILE right now. And they will be looking up to pick up the second Drake of the match for themselves, bringing them halfway there to the Soul Drake as well. G2R in the meantime had countered by picking up all 6 grubs for themselves. So I'm interested to see that one team really does manage to pick up all 6 or even more than 3. So they have traded jungle objectives that way, 2 drakes for the 6 grubs. It depends if they get to hit the soul point as fast as possible. That could be a changing factor here and could be the start of a reverse sweep back for the KEKXILE. They are currently up 1k in gold right now and are looking comfortable on the map, especially this Rengar who's been pulling out all the stops, basically suffocating this Vi. Now Vi, just to match that, is trying to take some caps away from the cat. Now the TP is coming into the mid lane from the Ari, and she'll be looking to make her presence known. In the top side, the Jax is finally caught up in CS numbers as well, and is in even numbers with the Volibear. And look at this, there's 3 members there in the top side. They're setting up a trap for this cat, but I don't think you can catch him right now. There is no chance in hell that he's getting caught by that trap. He is very aware that he has stolen camp, so the opponent jungler will be angry with him. In the bot side, Corki is just free hitting these turrets, especially with those grubs. They melt very fast and takes the entire plate for himself.
Yep. Rengar once again doing his job of counter jungling. I mean, it is a very tough situation for Vi right here with less amount of CS. Economy is not working out well, and Rengar is just once again like providing a lot of opportunities for the side of Team KEKXILE to get as much advantage as possible. So this is going to be a problem for G2R, especially for Vi to come back in a situation. But for KEKXILE, it is working well on so many levels. But we might see another fight that would happen from top. It's just a simple stun and falling back. But look at that ult, perfect timing. But would it be more than enough?
It does not seem to be enough over here. Excellent jump use from the Rengar to go that way, but just could not do much. Cassiopeia does have to burn flash to get out of that situation as well. And now it looks like they want to battle for this Rift Herald over here. The entire team of KEKXILE minus the Kog'Maw are waiting over here. The Vi is looking to try and run away. Does get caught by the enchant. E from the Rengar and will be meeting the gray screen. The Cassiopeia and oh no, they get caught by the Renata ultimate over there. The Zyra goes down and soon to be followed by the Poison Queen. The Cassiopeia gets hit by the Blast Plant, goes into a 1v1 against the Volibear. The Jax is biting off a bit more than he can chew at this point and will be going down yet again. And now Corki is here to try and do something. The bailout being used on Renata. Renata does not survive that. But does Corki get one more kill? No, he also goes down. And the Rengar uses the flash to try and do more over there. And the Ryu eventually gets the kill. In the meantime, the Kog'Maw has just been free farming in the bot lane. So catching up on those bot lane numbers. And your hyper carry is getting even more ready for later parts in this game. So I cannot wait to see what else they do have in store for us, given the kind of dynamics that are already running against us. Rift Herald being picked up by KEKXILE. There are two Drakes in, now have the Rift. An excellent team fighting there where they isolated basically the Vi before she could honestly do anything. The Q she does into the bush gets caught by the empowered E from the Rengar, so she gets stunned in the bush. They're pretty much aware of that. They neutralize her before any fight happens. And then just an excellent Renata ult that catches both the Zyra and the Cassiopeia, securing both their deaths. The Corki does come in to clean up a bit, gets one kill for his troubles, but still ends up going down there to the RE.
Yeah. Objectively, I would say that Team KEKXILE has quite a lot of objective in their hands. I mean, they've secured one turret. They even have the Void Rift, 2 dragons, and now Rengar is hunting for its prey, and it will be Jax. Locked and loaded. Jumps, no, he jumps in at the right time. In the amount of damage that he deals, it's going to be even tougher for Jax to deal with a 1v2 situation. No, but he's still alive. The stun connects, so is the W. But Rengar is still alive and kicking. Ari comes in to the safety, helps to ensure that Rengar would stay alive and provide the kills that they need on the bot lane.
Yeah, an excellent bailout usage from the Renata that saves Rengar's life over there. Ari does come in for help in the last second. The Rengar just delayed jumping onto the Jax just to make sure his teammates were there to back him up in time. Does get the kill. But just look at this Vi, level 9 to the level 11 of the Rengar. And she's going for more fights. The Zyra's here to back up his Volibear. The Renata's here to back up the Volibear. The bailout being used on the bear, but he goes down. The Renata soon to follow as well. Now it just leaves the Rengar and the Kog'Maw just waiting here across this side. The Vi just queues into her own death essentially over there. Not at all recommended after that excellent play they had done on the top side where they had recovered some of the lead that KEKXILE had run away with. KEKXILE basically at a 3k goal lead, almost around 2.8k goal lead for themselves right now, and they are looking to run away with the match the way it's going, except for that last play. Not much answers coming out from G2R, and now KEKXILE are even looking up to pick that third Drake, which will put them on sole point as well. Ari dashes forward with her ultimate, throws the charm, Zyra having to flash away just to survive, and now Rengar will be solo taking down this Drake, putting his team at an excellent advantage. Now being on sole point for the Ocean Soul, it's going to be important for these late, extended fights where they can just heal up in between and come back for more damage. The Vi has finally reached her level 10, but look at this. The Jax is putting in a bit of a trap over here. He's waiting for the Ari to move up. Ari has moved up, but does Jax know that Rengar and Renata are close by as well? Because Jax is isolated in that bush. And look who is here. It's Vi as well. Vi is close by. The Rengar is taking away more of a camps in front of the eyes, but look who's here. It's the Jax. Rengar triggers his ultimate to create some disengage for his team, and all members safely get out of them. In the meantime, the Rift Herald has been spawned in the mid lane.
Yeah, you gotta careful of the Rengar all the way from the mid lane. Jumps will be made, but somehow Corki's alive in very low HP. But here comes the snipe from Kog'Maw. Killing spree for him. Vi comes in to focus to remove Kog'Maw as best as possible. The knockups will catch 3 of the players. Zyra will secure one. Jax is trying to fall back as best as possible. The rootings from Zyra is very powerful, and Ari's charm will connect, dealing major damage to Cass, but somehow is still alive. The ult connects, slowing most of the players, and Jax very low on HP, but somehow here comes Rengar all the way to full HP. He's still alive and kicking. It's still a 3v4. A lot of HP has been taken out from both the sides, but this entire fight, it's still at a standstill. Kog'Maw securing that important kill was more than enough, making it to a 7-13. And talk about Baron Nashor, it's about to spawn in just 23 seconds.
Yeah, and just excellent timing and excellent plays from KEKXILE. Rengar had used that ult to run away essentially from the bot side, but use it instead to catch the Corki in the mid lane. The snipe from the Kog'Maw does land on him, so that Corki does go down. Not being as effective as they had wanted him to be in this matchup. Has to go, the steel cap boost to deal with all the damage that's going to be dished out at him. The Kog'Maw is really fed at this point. 4-0-1, has the Bork, has the Guinsoo's Rage Blade. He's already looking to build some MR as well to deal with the Cassiopeia, who looks to be the only threat of G2R at this point. Has more than majority of their kills as well for her side. So she's going to be looking to be the one that has to be neutralized in these team fights. Now Baron has been spawned. That's an objective you can fight over. The Jax and Volibear are battling in the bot side. Both have TPs up. If any team fight actually breaks out on the other side of the map, they'll be looking for those kind of values. The Ahri also has a Malignance and Storm Surge already made for her. Rengar has channeled his ultimate. He's looking for a prey over here. Does not seem to be catching anyone and will be not actually looking to fully utilize it. Maybe just scare them off from their side of the jungle. Now G2 are clearing all the vision that KEKXILE did have at the Baron, can maybe look to bait out a fight. But in the bot side, the E from the Jax does land, E from Volibear doesn't land, but the double frenzy hit did heal the Volibear quite a bit, and Volibear being forced to ult away to run away to safety. And now that they know that the Volibear has run away like that, they're looking to put some damage over it. The charm from the Ahri does connect. The Vi can't close the distance in time to maybe catch out the only member of KEKXILE that was maybe being able to be killed over there. The Ahri does have Dark Seal, has 10 stacks into it, so we'll be looking to make that, and we'll be not be looking to get caught out essentially, because once you die, right, your stacks go away. They don't become as utilized as they were. Cassiopeia does have her Liandry's, does have the Archangel Staff, and once again, G2 are just doing a good job of completely clearing vision once again of the turn pit.
Yep. The more info you have towards Fog of War, especially on jungle, the better you can predict and basically land your shots well, especially when you have a skill shot ability type champion. So when it comes to objectives, once again, I mean, G2R, there's not a lot of objectives that they did complete. They did try to go for a Baron Nashor, but unfortunately they were... they did eventually fall back, knowing that there was a lot of contestations where the opposing side were prepped and ready to try to catch them off guard. So I believe that they will go for Dragon as of now, currently spawning at around 37 seconds. Cloud Drake, they desperately need at least one or two objectives, and you can see the amount of contestations from KEKXILE that's happening right now, and even a fight that's been broken out. Taking out Zyra, the second, the stun definitely working out well in their favor, but is it enough? No, it does not. Ahri finds the second. The third from Rengar, and Corki all by himself, no support from his teammate. He will be taken down as well. 17 total kills for KEKXILE, as this matchup purely favors for the opposing side.
Yeah, and just 9 kills for G2R, just not the fight you're looking for over there. The Dragon hasn't even spawned right now. There's no need to maybe go for the regression where they get caught out of their Corki being forced to burn his clan at the end to run. But where is he going to run? There's no teammate safe arms he can run to, and that allows KEKXILE to pick up their Soul Ocean Drake for themselves. And now they have that additional healing for themselves whenever they're out of combat. It's just going to be even harder for G2R to win. And now KEKXILE are llooking like a completely different team in this third game, where they're just running away with it essentially. Even in terms of gold, around 5.5k gold up, they are doing pretty well for themselves. They have been looking to be putting on the pressures, and this Rengar pick by Hoka, oh my god, it's working wonders for them. I was a bit skeptical of it in the champ select, but right now he's just proving me wrong and just putting on the pressure. And look, once again, we talk about the cat, he's right here. Nice sidestep to dodge the ultimate from the Cassiopeia. Looks away just in time, anticipating the Cassiopeia would hit. That does not get stunned up. Volibear is jumping into the fight over here, and look at this, KEKXILE is coming back. They get the Jax, they get the fight, they get the Zyra, they get the Corki, and it's an ace for Team KEKXILE over here, and they'll look to be marching it down mid lane, probably getting the mid-tier 2 turret and the mid-tier 3 turret as well, if not the inhibitor at that point. But no, instead they will be looking to maybe secure the Baron Nashor for themselves first.
Yep. That's what I like to call total domination. All you need is just a celebratory song from Kogmo, and that is more than enough to motivate the team to secure not only just objectives, but also the Baron Nashor for the side of Team KEKXILE. So much economy, so much power, so much destruction. And for G2R, what once we thought it was a series point, now we get to see Team KEKXILE fight back on match number 3.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a great fight back from KSL, and it's not even like it's a close-sided right now. They've been showing that they have put in the work with their bans and picks, and they're ready with this. Bring out that surprise ringer as well. Now up 10k gold on G2R. Nothing to laugh about. At 25 minutes, they are a huge lead. Have the Soul Drake, Ocean Drake for themselves. Have the Baron buff on them. So now we'll be looking to be making pressure in the mid and the bot side of the map. Maybe push it in like a 3-2 pronged attack or a 1-2-2 kind of thing. You know, the Volibear will be going back in the top lane, given that he does have TP in case any fights actually do break out over here. Can't wait to see what else or how fast this match goes. It's already been 25 minutes. I think KEKXILE will be looking to end it a bit faster and maybe focus on game 4. Given how it is going right now for G2R, it's not looking like they can come back with that miraculous comeback unless you catch some of these members out, because you definitely can't fight 5v5 right now for the side of G2R unless you hit like an amazing Cassiopeia ult. And just the ult of the Rengar forcing the flash away from the Zyra. The Q of the Rengar lands on the Zyra, and she has gone below 80% of her HP. So that is one factor you have to be completely worried about, as the squishies on the side of G2, the Corki, the Zyra, have to be so aware of the jungler of KEKXILE.
I mean, that's the thing about Rengar, right? You're basically, it's the whole game converts into a nightmare horror. Like every time when you see a jumping Rengar, you'd be like, yeah, my time is come. It's just 600 HP, just deletes it in just 3 seconds. But meanwhile, the CC connects, quite a lot of damage being dealt on from Cass, but still alive, not for long. Zyra's knockup didn't quite arrive at the right time, and apparently he will still be alive. Rengar once again being a menace to the opposition side. The amount of damage he deals just by being in the bush. I mean, the entire jungle is KEKXILE's domain. It is Rengar's domain. There is nothing that Y could have done to try to counter most of those mechanics. Meanwhile, we get to see Jax to try to go for a huge push all the way from the top side. Meanwhile, bot lane having its own major fights, even with the charm being connected from Ari. It is so much chaos happening from the bot side. Meanwhile, top, once again, Jax taking quite a lot of damage. Volibear still alive and kicking. The stuns connect. So are the players in the bot lane that will secure taking out the inhibitor. The amount of points, the amount of damage that the players are dealing from KEKXILE, it is at the point of no return for G2R.
Yeah, absolutely. And the longer that Jax was fighting the Volibear over there, give the side of KEKXILE even more advantage. The Cassiopeia will be going down as well. That's the 8th kill for the Cosmos. 8, 1, and 5 currently. Is showing a brilliance masterclass alongside with the Rengar, who has just completely choked out Vi from the game. Just look at the CS number difference for the Rengar and the Vi. Almost 100 lead for Rengar at this point. He even early on had choked out a couple of the camps of the Vi and just continued to snowball on that lead that he was having. So Hoka putting on a masterclass currently right now in terms of the way he is playing. And now all the members of G2R have to be wary about going into any bushes. Look at them, they're putting on that pink ward just before even trying to walk into it. Now the Elder Drake will also be spawning 45 seconds time, so that's going to be the next objective that these two teams fight over.
Yep, and that is the make it or break it moment. Charm connects, my goodness. Oh boy, that is such a heartbreak situation though. The charm just connects so well. Jax, unfortunately, not being able to deal quite a lot of damage, even with the counter strike. Going for the stun, you have all 4 players from the side of KEKXILE eliminating the main threat towards bot lane. And I have to say, you know, from the side of KEKXILE, a charming performance. The charms are just working so well, like all 5 charms just connecting so well. They have no other choice but to just wait for their inevitable death. 27 kills. KEKXILE, what a way to, you know, start things off for their comeback in match number 3. I mean, match 1 and match 2, it was just a one-man army from Ninja Way with his jungling skills. The ganks was just really well done. And then you have Hoka, who just annihilates the entire jungling side in match number 3. It is looking so good in the grand finals.
Yeah, and look at this. Vi's come here to try and steal this, but will be dying before she can even make a dent in this Elder buff. So she dies for absolutely nothing, even wasting her flash, and KEKXILE pick up the Elder Drake and look to be marching themselves towards game 4 if they go into this base right about here. And it could be the start of a reverse sweep. The way that they have shown their performance right now has been completely excellent. Cannot wait to see more from these lads, especially if they play it exactly like this. And they have honestly put Ninja away in a difficult spot. Rengar channeling his ultimate. The Volibear jumps in essentially on the turret, does block a lot of damage. The Renata ultimate does connect as well. One by one, G2R members fall. There goes the Zyra, there goes the Cassiopeia, there goes the Corki. And it's the lone Jax who is just standing, who will be going down as well. And that's GG for the side of KEKXILE versus G2R currently.
32
And that
total
will be-
kills. Yeah, sorry, go
Yeah,
ahead.
32 total kills, and that's the start of the comeback they do definitely want over here. A 2-to-1 scenario. Cannot wait to see anything more for this right now. And they have put all their fighting caps. They are putting on the show right now, and they're showing you why they deserve to be in this grand finals right now.
Absolutely. The upper brackets, KEKXILE, they fight back. They secure match number 3 for IMCharlie Community Clash tournament. So the fight's not over yet. Even though G2R still have match point, they could end things up on either match number 3 or match number 4.
Yeah, and that being said, I just cannot wait to see what more of these boys have to bring. It's been a battle of the junglers, honestly, for both these teams. Even though the other laners have been performing really well, it's just a lot to see that the amount of jungling that can be done by these two teams. Hoka honestly choked Ninja way out so much. He was never honestly a factor in these matches right now. So I cannot wait to see if he's going to continue this Rengar or has some other spicy picks up his sleeve. Even the Kog'Maw in the bot lane was doing a lot, right? In the bot lane, the Kog'Maw was ripping it apart. Was safely. I think it only died once in all these team fights. So honestly, good positioning from him. Even the Ahri in the mid lane connected a very vital couple of charms that did connect. And I love seeing these Renata ultimates that just change the entire, prospect of this game. With that being said, guys, let's run it back into the crucial moments of this game and see what actually brought us up till this winning of KEKXILE.
Yep, it was Rengar all the way, that is for sure. I mean, the jungling game was just so well done. There were some certain moments where we did get to see Volibear stuck in some certain situations, but all in all, once the late game happened, once Rengar had the ability to just one-shot almost every single opponent, it was just game over at this point. And the amount of charms that we witnessed from Ahri was just on point. It was really difficult. I mean, it was chains of CCs after CCs that it was really difficult to get away from. And even with Zyra's composition, I mean, even with the Zyra's knockback and roots, it still wasn't enough to take care of the Rengar-Ahri combo. That is for sure. Volibear, not quite sure why I said volleyball for some reason, is just very powerful, especially in the early rounds itself. And it was really difficult for Jax to even, engage and win in certain amount of fights as well. But yeah, all in all, it's a really good way for KEKXILE to say that no, we are not out of this just yet, and we are ready to give a fight all the way up to match number 5, where it could happen.
Yeah, honestly, this Volibear was matching this Jax so well in the side lanes, right? He did not let the Jax get to a point where the Jax can dominate these side lane fights, and that was a crucial point for G2R. Like, if your Jax can't split push the way you want him to and come for these team fights or bait more members towards him, he becomes essentially not that good a pick in this scenario, especially with this Rengar just jumping on all your squishy targets. This was just an excellent play here from Hoka, where he dodged the stun, like the ultimate from the Cassiopeia. Just beautiful gameplay coming out, and the Volibear just jumps here into 4 people, does not mind because his team is there for backup. The Kog'Maw does so much damage from behind. The Rengar just keeps on jumping on these people people one by one, and they just slowly march their way to victory. G2R did manage to get like 6 grubs, but could not do much with it, only getting 2 turrets off the back of it, right? So the grubs effect did not come into play, and KEKXILE taking complete advantage of getting those 2 early dragons to convert another 2 for their Ocean Soul into the Elder Drake over here, where the Vi, tries to flash in, try to get over there. Doesn't have vision, not much he can actually do at this point. So nothing much can be done when you are so far behind that Hoka has put you in barrel and you're just staring up at the deep end. KEKXILE 32 kills to the 9 kills of G2R. The goal differential is also significant, 15k. The towers would be the 3 towers to the 9 of KEKXILE. 4 drakes to nothing of G2R. A very important point over here. They played the way that they play is like they took the drakes and gave up the void grubs because they wanted to hit soul as fast as possible. Took the Baron, took the Rift Herald, and just put G2R to sleep in this match, and honestly cemented why they have reached so far in this tournament, and they're here to fight back in this tournament right now.
Yep. And it clearly shows how slow and methodical team KEKXILE is, because they always focus on objectives. First and second matchup, they always focus on securing either void grubs or dragons. Although most of the fights that we did get to see from Gear to Revolution is that once they get fed, especially from mid laners like Unto Death or Ninja Maw, it's once they get fed, just by taking Baron Nashor, it's more than enough to end the entire match itself. We did get to witness that in 2 of the things. Let's take a look at the Crucial Moments MVP to see who is that one lucky person, and it will be none other than the Rengar Hoka. The total of 10 kills and 12 assists, 1 death in this entire tournament.
Yeah, and
in this game,
in this game, he has been astounding. Especially not just that he was getting the kills, getting the ganks in for his teammates. He was honestly always taking the camps of Vi and just starving her to death essentially at that point, right? Not much he can do when the Rengar has the support of his entire team as well. 8.1 CS per minute, the 12 assists, 10 kills. Just look at his kill participation as well, right? Just huge numbers coming in from this man, and he's showing you why Ninja Way is not just the only jungler in this matchup. Hoka is here, has come to play, and he's going to show you why he deserves to be here right now. And honestly, a star performance from him. Did not anticipate this when I was seeing in the Champion Select, but he just put on a phenomenal masterclass, and I can't wait to see more from this man right here on our screen.
Absolutely. I mean, at this point, the whole 3 matches that we've witnessed, right? All of the MVPs were just junglers. I mean, 2 matches it was Ninja from the side of G2R, and now from team KEKXILE, it is none other than Hoka. Really great performance from the Rengar all the way from start to end, and really I cannot wait to see what's going to happen on match number 4, folks. So, but before we start, we'll take a short little break and we'll be right back as soon as possible.
Whispers, listen close. I know you've never strayed from the fold, but that's how freedom begins. Bended knees and broken bones, a bleeding heart never bleeds alone. I am one of many cries. We are far from the ashes. Rise up, break the cage, be the lion, be the storm, be the strike of the lightning. Rise with the dawn, rage like the sun. This is what we came for. Revolution. Burn your bridges, make your choice. Fight your demons, raise your voice. They're only silent if we're making noise. So let the battle begin. Bended knees and broken bones, a bleeding heart never bleeds alone. I am one of many cries. We are far from the ashes. Rise up, break the cage, be the lion, be the storm, be the strike of the lightning. Rise with the dawn, rage like the sun. This is what we came for. Revolution. Yeah, I was undercover, wrote me off like the others, but I had secrets inside. You didn't pay attention, like an experiment. No, you're gonna pay for your crimes. I'll change your perspective, I'll teach you a lesson. Look at me now. Oh, look at me now. Trying to take me down. Lost but now I'm found. Used to be the victim in the dead of night, but I can be a villain in the moonlight. Look at me now. In the moonlight. I'll make it my mission. Oh yeah, I'll have you wishing you could go back in time to never test my limits. Nothing you say will fix it. I'm too out of my mind. You're riding high, but I've got you this time. Oh, look at me now. Oh, look at me now. Trying to take me down. Lost but now I'm found. Used to be the victim in the dead of night, but I can be a villain in the moonlight. Look at me now. In the moonlight. Got you this time, got you this time. You can't hide. Pay for your crimes, baby, that's right. Got you this time, you can't hide. Pay for your crimes, baby, that's right. Oh, look at me now. Oh, look at me now.
run it, run it, run. No, 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 ay. I've been running out of time, think I need to rewind, feeling out of line. I put everything aside, hoping that I make it right, all the things I do for you. I've been running out of time, think I need to rewind, feeling out of line for you. I put everything aside, hoping that I make it right, all the things I do for you. Nonchalant, wake up feeling like I'm righteous. In my mind, see it grab me with my likeness. Up till 5, no one working like this, I guess. Put in 12-hour shifts while I write this. And I know when the black shit, they showing love. Not everyone a day one, don't lie to me. And they wanna take credit when no credit's due. Say what you want, but it don't bother me. I've been running out of time, think I need to rewind, feeling out of line. I put everything aside, hoping that I make it right, all the things I do. I've been running out of time, think I need to rewind, feeling out of line. I put everything aside, hoping that I make it right, all the things I do. Nah, no sirski, baby girl be talking sweet but used to dirt me. Wanna take a few snaps for a story. Wasn't showing no love when we was hurting, it's funny now. Nah, no sirski, baby girl be talking sweet but used to dirt me. Wanna take a few snaps for a story. Wasn't showing no love when we was hurting, it's funny now. I've been running out of time, think I need to rewind, feeling out of line. I put everything aside, hoping that I make it right, all the things I do for you. I've been running out of time, think I need to rewind, feeling out of line. I put everything aside, hoping that I make it right, all the things I do for you. I've been running out of time, think I need to rewind, feeling out of line. I put everything aside, hoping that I make it right, all the things I do. I've been running out of time, think I need to rewind, feeling out of line. I put everything aside, hoping that I make it right, all the things I do. I've been running out of time, think I need to rewind, feeling out of line. I put everything aside, hoping that I make it right, all the things I do.
Wanna see you with your hands up. Going straight to the sky, let me see you put your hands up. Cause we do till we die and we on another level. To the rest, wave goodbye, put baguettes in the benzo. Got a piece of the pie. Told you once, told you twice that we only got one life. Stay up. Diamond shine, best at night. You wear yours, I'll wear mine. Go dumb tonight, tonight. Oh, dipping low with my girls tonight. Got my ice in the clouds. Oh, Cali Dro got me feeling right with my ice in the clouds. Oh, dipping low with my girls tonight. Got my ice in the clouds. Oh, Cali Dro got me feeling right. Wanna see you put your hands up. Pointing straight to the sun, everybody lift your bands up. Celebrate cause we won, we stay on another level. Yeah, the team stay fly, word to Bruno, get your ranks up. Cause the limit is the sky. Told you once, told you twice that we only got one life. Stay up. got me feeling right with my ice in the clouds. Oh, dipping low with my girls tonight. Got my ice in the clouds. Oh, Kelly Dro got me feeling right.
This ain't what you want. I've been living at hotels for a month. I don't take any means out of lunch. I've been spelling all my sneakers, I don't jump. Me and mine only tryna double up, yeah. Me and mine tryna build, come up front, yeah. Measure twice, cut once, what we on, yeah. Measure twice, cut once, what we on, yeah. I've been reading Proverbs, yeah. And I've been shutting down the stars, yeah. But when it rains and it pours, yeah. And I'm ready for some more, yeah. And I've been reading all the war, yeah. And I've been shutting down the stars, yeah. Cause when it rains and it pours, yeah. And I'm ready for some more, yeah. And I've been reading all the war, and here I go again. I hope y'all never ever get the chance to win. I'm Westbrook and I'm staying at the rim. Yeah. Does anybody really wanna jump with him? Yeah. I got agents who talk like the friends. Yeah. I got friends only wanna talk business. I got expensive cause winning's expensive. I got expensive cause winning's expensive. I've been reading all the war, and I've been shutting down the stars. Yeah. Cause when it rains and it pours, yeah. And I'm ready for some more. Yeah. And I've been reading all the war, yeah. And I've been shutting down the stars. Yeah. Cause when it rains and it pours, yeah. And I'm ready for some more. Yeah. And I've been reading all the war, yeah. And I've been shutting down the stars.
Guys, welcome back to Game 4 of Crucial by Micron presents IMCharlie Community Clash powered by Zodiac Gaming. We're in the grand finals here between KEKXILE and Gator Revolutions. Me Madness alongside Kaka is back, and we can't wait to see this game for us, especially after that dominating performance that KEKXILE did put on.
Yeah, 100%. I think on the back of that, Rengar and Ari in the mid lane, both of them doing really well. Hoka and Fahad on their respective champions. Really difficult game, honestly, for Ninja Way to do anything right. The early game was really not, I mean, didn't go to his favor at all. So let's see what kind of adaptations that these guys have made. Obviously, they have chosen the red side this time around. The Cassante will be banned after that second game that it was left open in, and Hades just showing why it should remain banned for the rest of the series. The Yasuo, of course, banned all three games previously, and I think Irelia is going to be banned again. Hopefully it is. I mean, we have seen it left quite a open quite a bit, but that's not going to be the case today.
Yeah, absolutely. They put the third ban in there earlier, rightfully so. And G2R have made a slight adaptation to their bans. They banned the Swade and Barley, but they have put in the Rengar as well after Hoka wreaked havoc with that champion in the last game. So that is a lot. Last time they had banned out the Dom of one of their bans, and now the Dom is left open. So that's straight away picked up by KEKXILE as their first pick for their top laner, and he was pretty good on it against the Kayle until the Kayle did that lane swap in game 2. Now Hades opting for that Volibear for himself after facing it in the last matchup, and now they will be also looking to lock in that Kog'Maw.
They have just stolen KEKXILE's draft at this point. Like, we liked what we saw last game, the Volibear and the Kog'Maw. We might just take it for ourselves, and that's exactly what they do. Volibear still, sort of a flexible champion, can go into the jungle, but we are expecting it to go towards that top side of the map. Again, Scythe on that Tamkins, it seems like, and Ziggs will come in as well for Ansari. 786 in the bottom lane. This should be a jungle pick coming in right now. The J4 is actually really good into the Kog'Maw. You can lock him in place if he does not have the flash. So let's see if that gets picked up.
Yeah, and once again,
oh no, it's going to be the Corki actually.
Ooh, the Corki. That's a mid lane Corki? I think so for their side.
Yeah.
Unless they
Yes.
want to flex it around with the Ziggs. It depends on how they want to run it. And now, once again, we're going to see Hammy on the Ione. Didn't have the best of starting performances yesterday at the semifinals on this champion, but he's looking to make a little bit of redemption arc for himself. 4 games gone in. He's played 4 different champions overall. So now he has the Ione in his hand. Now for the first part of the second phase of banning, G2R banning away the Gwen. They don't want to face that at all. Now KEKXILE open for a couple of options. They can ban out the Renata. Renata was a huge factor though in that fights last time. Her ults were connecting quite a bit. She did cause quite a bunch of havoc, so they don't want to deal with that at all. And now G2R pondering their last ban. They get the Braum ban in for themselves. Now KEKXILE probably look to make another support ban for themselves. Maybe looking to get the Rel out of the picture or something like that. No, something maybe an Enchanter also with the Kog'Maw is really helpful. It does a lot for him. So something like that on around those lines.
Yeah, for sure. And the Braum ban indicates that Smoker could be looking towards the Nautilus, maybe the Rel as well. So let's see if that gets banned. And Renata ban, I really like that as Milio gets banned. The bailout, of course, it's just such a nice skill to have, especially on your Kog'Maw. If you can get him 2 lives, then it is just insanity. And that the damage that champion can do is just too much anyway. But it looks like Blitzcrank, however, I don't think that's going to get logged in. The scanner is still open, so I'm not too sure why G2R have not picked it up. But the Lulu, as you said, Enchanter support is going to come in this one to support the Kog'Maw in the bottom lane.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, this Cardinal left open so long is a worrying factor. Why is neither team picking it up at this point? Maybe something else, and they've left the jungler as the counter pick essentially for G2R. They can be looking for that. Now, once you've seen an assassin jungler in the hands of Hoka, Hoka's looking to lock in that Kha'Zix for himself, and that looks to be exactly what is happening there. The Kha'Zix coming in instead of the Rengar this time, given that that was banned out. Now it's up to Coin Flip to pick up something that can be looked a bit differently. The supports are left open unless you want to flex that Tam as a support, but I think Scythe is very comfortable with the champion in the top lane. So you will be seeing something other than that, and it's going to be the bike with the Corki in the bot side for KEKXILE right now, and it's up to G2R to pick up the counter for the jungle. Now you know that they're going for the assassin type, common type of KEKXILE, right? The only frontline being that Tahm Kench for them right there. So G2R will be looking to maybe spice it up a bit. We have the Skarner open. You have a lot of champions that you can move, but he wants to make sure he has something that counters in a way that he doesn't starve like he did last game, and rightfully so, the Skarner does get locked in. Very unusual to see the Skarner at the last pick of the entire draft, but hey, that's what's happening here and that's what's locked in. So both teams have their comp locked in over here. Any side you are particularly favoring over here, Kara?
I just think G2R have a really solid draft for themselves. They have the engage with the Skarner, they have the hyper carry with the Kog'Maw, a lot of shields and a lot of heals, and all those utilities coming out from the Lulu as well, backline access. I mean, you name it. G2R do really have a really great comp coming in, but it will really depend on KEKXILE. If they can snowball on the Kha'Zix and Pyke, then it will make a lot of difference. But just very short range comp coming out from KEKXILE, and I think that can be dealt very easily with the Kog'Maw and Lulu. And Kog'Maw and Lulu don't really have that sort of a backline threat, right, which comes out from the Vi, from the Leona, even the Rel, those sort of champions that can reach the backline. None of that for KEKXILE right now. So it is going to be very interesting and difficult to navigate around these team fights for them. And if G2R can just stay even in gold and get to that late game, I think they should be heavily favored.
Yeah, and with that point also being, in fact, G2R have a lot that can jump on the Corki and the Ziggs, right? They have a lot that can put those guys into the gray screen. They absolutely a lot of engaged potential from themselves, especially with the Yone ult as well. Kog'Maw just free hitting from the backlines. A lot can be said. A lot is left to be unsaid, depending on how the rift actually ends up happening over here. Scythe is very good on the down and the top side, but I want to see what Hades does on the Volibear after facing it off. They did essentially pick up the Volibear and the Kog'Maw from the previous comp that KEKXILE did have. So this is going to be interesting to see what happens. And honestly, like 80% favor the G2R comp. Like that's just how hard their comp is looking right now, with the amount of CC, with the amount of engaged potential, especially with you have a Kog'Maw as your hyper carry as well, the Lulu providing the support for it. So it's going to be a difficult field for KEKXILE to navigate. But if Hoka puts on a performance they did like last game, it could maybe change the complete texture of this map.
Yeah, I mean, you said it all right there, and it's just for us to find out what happens in this game 4, where G2R, if they end up winning, will win the whole tournament. And if KEKXILE win this game, things will get really, really interesting, as we will go into that potential game 5 and a reverse sweep, potential reverse sweep comeback as well for KEKXILE. So it's a really important game for both of these sides. And I just can't wait to find out who is going to take this one. Although G2R does look like the team that could take this game just based on the drafts, but stranger things have happened in the past tournaments, in the past matches as well, as we are well aware of, Madness. So this is like do or die for both of these teams right now.
Yeah, absolutely. As you completely rightly said, we've seen stranger things happen on the Rift over here in our region. So you can never actually cast it onto the paper. It's all about the practical that does happen. And according to 75% of you guys in the audience, you guys think that KEKXILE will continue winning this and maybe continue the reverse sweep. So that's a huge point of confidence in the boys of KEKXILE. So you guys are hugely supporting them over here, and you honestly do think they have a chance, especially here. But you might be disappointed in the way they have drafted over here, but maybe, hey, they have some game plan that we are not that aware of and what they want to actually do in that matchup. But that being said, we're just waiting to get in this game, because this is do or die for KEKXILE. They lose, they're out. G2R win it overall. It'll be the Pakistani team that writes the history of winning one of our community clashes. And this is all important. It's a lot of bragging rights as well. Money's involved. It's a 10K prize jump, right? So there's a lot you have to fight over in the background of this, and just can't wait to see what the boys from KEKXILE can end up doing over here, because they have a very squishy comp except for the Tam Kent, right? So you're gonna have to be very wary of your positioning, and you just can't get caught out by the Skarner or the Yone, and it's gonna be very hard to navigate it throughout the entire matchup.
Yeah, 100%. But hey, whatever happens in this game, for Pakistan wins regardless, right? We will have a Pakistani champion. For sure. Looks like the lobby was bugged, so we are going to remake that and jump into the game really quickly. Should take about a couple of minutes, honestly. Nothing's going to change in terms of picks and bans. But yeah, it's just good to see Pakistan playing so well finally. I do believe of the 4 semi-finalists, we had 3 Pakistani teams come out, so that is a really big achievement for that country, specifically in League of Legends. I mean, I have always known the sort of players, the caliber of players that they have had, and it was just about time that they showed up anyway. And it will be very interesting once the top teams can also participate in these tournaments, where KEKXILE stand, where G2R stand, in the face of Temple of Kings, Cacao Gaming, and all these big teams that we have in the region right now. So that will be very, very interesting. So yeah, I mean, just really happy to see these teams show up, and really happy to see the old faces as well, just still playing and doing great things on the side of G2R and KEKXILE as well. They have shown up in the last game, especially, that they are no slouches either. That was a pretty dominant victory on the back of back-to-back defeats as well. I mean, it takes some mental to do that, and if they can just show up once more in this one, I think they would be heavily favored because of the momentum they would have on their back. So this is like the defining game for me. Whoever wins this, I mean, if G2R wins this, obviously wins the tournament. But if KEKXILE can win this, I would favor them in the game 5 as well. So let's find out what's about to happen.
Yeah, honestly, this is where KEKXILE can pick up the momentum for themselves, can do a lot over there. We do have a bug in the lobby, so we are remaking that, guys, so please be patient with us. In the meantime, let's talk a bit about the next tournament as well. We have the Shriman Legend Community Cup that is coming up. The registrations are going on currently in our Discord server, the LOL India and SA Discord server, link in the description below. Please do check that out. I believe the registrations end on the 4th, so make sure you register for that before, and that is going to be a 1 lakh prize pool tournament as well. We'll have all the 4 teams that did not participate this time because of the rules right now, so you will get to see the Temple of Kings. You'll see the clashes between nations once yet again. We don't stop the action over here on the TZ channel, we just keep on bringing it to you. Another event that you guys can also check out is the Finding Timo one. That one I'm going to leave a little surprise for you. You just have to check it out. I'm not going to explain that much because unless you read about it, you're going to be a bit more confused. So please do check that out. And we do have a lot of free skins that we do give away. So whoever participates is always going to come out merrier for it. That being said, we will be waiting for this matchup to, and it's going to be the same picks and bans, right? So it's going to be the same comms that we did see in the draft phase. So that was a bit, left for said in the KEKXILE banning phase and the way they picked their champs. But I just can't wait to see what the boys bring out. And I think Scythe this time, if there's no lane swap, he will be a bit more on the dominant side, given how he can play this champion. But now we get to see Hades on the Volibear, and after getting a beating from it when he was playing the Jax, I think he's looking for a bit of a revenge, and he's going to be looking to become essential in those team fights, especially now with the kind of comp that G2R is running. It's going to be crazy to see what these boys can do. And at the end of the day, whoever wins, Pakistan does win.
Exactly, I think that's the biggest talking point about this tournament. We have spoken about it in length, right? Even the champ select we have, it's just now about getting into the game so we can finally see some action. All the talk has already been done. We're just waiting to hear how much time it will take actually to jump back into the game. This all series defining game 4, and yeah, what else is left to say, right? Very interesting series. I would have definitely liked if it was going to game 5, then we would actually see the colors of these teams and how strong they are mentally. But we might just be able to see that after game 4 potentially if KEKXILE win.
Yeah, absolutely. And now that Hammy's back on his Yone, I don't want to see him be that too aggro. If like the third dives that he was doing in the match where he was the Yone against the Ari, that wasn't just going in his favor. He was doing equally nice well in the trades in the lane, but just getting a bit overzealous when he was going for those tower dives, just not working for him. So if he reins that in, I'm pretty sure he has a good chance of doing well. Because later on with the Yone champ, he did hit a couple of good ults, got 1 kill on the Ashe, ulted away. So that was a crazy play from him. Can't wait to see more of him on this champion. And he seems pretty comfortable on the way that he knows the limits basically, and he does love testing them out every time he does play any champion that he goes for. But yeah, he did have a lackluster performance last time comparatively. He was the only one in their team actually doing damage on that cast, but he just did not have enough backup.
Yeah.
And Hoka did manage to avoid his ultimates a couple of times, and Hoka was the one shutting him down, and that was a lot that could be done there.
Yeah, guys, having said all of that, we will find out who is going to win game 4 after a short break as we get the lobby made. So we will see you really, really quickly, so don't go anywhere.
Once there was a hunter who saw what others could not. With a magic case in her backpack, she roamed with wild abandon into the great unknown. Her gaze inescapable, her reflexes lightning fast. When armies swarmed, she went through. With eyes open wide, hands steady, holding, watching, capturing everything in sight.
The The Crucial Pro DDR5 RAM kit comes with a sleek, modern look that will complement any build. But aesthetics aside, it's the performance that really matters. So let's dive into it. The default JEDEC timings are 46, 45, 45, but it does come with 2 XMP and Expo settings for those looking for a little more performance. With XMP 3.0 Profile 1, you can push the speed up to 5600 megatransfers per second. If you prefer a slightly lower speed but tighter timings, Profile 2 offers 5200 megatransfers per second at 42, 42, 42 timings. We've run some benchmarks and stress tests to give you an idea of how it performs. In general, dropping the speed and tightening the timings with the second XMP/Expo profile yielded better results for us on our test system. Paired with a Ryzen 7800X 3D, we saw anywhere from a 1 to 5% performance bump depending on workloads. All in all, the Crucial Pro DDR5 64GB RAM kit by Micron is a fantastic choice for first-time builders and enthusiasts alike.
Once there was a hunter who saw what others could not. With a magic case in her backpack, she roamed with wild abandon into the great unknown. Her gaze inescapable, her reflexes lightning fast. When armies swarmed, she went through. With eyes open wide, hands steady, holding, watching, capturing everything in sight.
The Crucial Pro DDR5 RAM kit comes with a sleek, modern look that will complement any build. But aesthetics aside, it's the performance that really matters. So let's dive into it. The default JEDEC timings are 46, 45, 45, but it does come with 2 XMP and Expo settings for those looking for a little more performance. With XMP 3.0 Profile 1, you can push the speed up to 5600 megatransfers per second. If you prefer a slightly lower speed but tighter timings, Profile 2 offers 5200 megatransfers per second at 42, 42, 42 timings. We've run some benchmarks and stress tests to give you an idea of how it performs. In general, dropping the speed and tightening the timings with the second XMP/Expo profile yielded better results for us on our test system. Paired with a Ryzen 7800X 3D, we saw anywhere from a 1 to 5% performance bump depending on workloads. All in all, the Crucial Pro DDR5 64GB RAM kit by Micron is a fantastic choice for first-time builders and enthusiasts alike.
Right, guys, welcome back to Crucial by Micron presents IMCharlie Community Clash powered by Zotac Gaming. We are back after the short break that we promised. The lobby has been remade and we will be jumping into the game very, very shortly. But before we do that, I would like to put Madness on the spot and ask him if we are going to a game 5 or not. Madness, what do you think is going to happen in that game 4?
Sorry about that, guys. Mic was muted. Technical difficulties, as it may be. And with that being said, I honestly think with on paper, given that how G2R's comp is looking, it's gonna be maybe I think might be the final stop for KEKXILE unless they pull off the miracle and show us what they have intended with the comp they have brought out. But yeah, I'm going for this would be the final game, given how G2R has drafted against KEKXILE. Any thoughts on that, Kara?
I mean, I would have to agree with you. If it goes to the late game, G2R do have that Kog'Maw and the Lulu as well supporting him. So it looks very dicey for the side of KEKXILE, but the champ selects, they matter little when it comes to our scene. Having said that, we will be finding out very soon as we jump into the game 4 of this best of 5 between KEKXILE and G2R. This is the grand finals. Whoever wins will take the majority portion of the prize money coming in. And look at that, madness, 5 stack coming in on the top side as well as the bottom side of the map. So both of these teams invading towards the opposite jungles, and we are just denied of that level 1 5 versus 5, unfortunately. But a lot of information that has been exchanged for either of these sides.
Yeah, absolutely. And the deep ward also that KEKXILE leaves over there, as is G2R over here. Lulu is using a sweeper to see if any vision was left behind. They see nothing of that sort. So the Skarner is going to remain here and will be picking up the opponent red buff for themselves. Unto Death is also staying a bit too long over here, I would say, because given that he is further from his lane, it's a bit dicey in that sense. The Pike is close by. I hope he doesn't walk this way and is more aware. Yeah, he does seem to be taking the longer route. And now with that ward placed by the Ziggs, they have complete info of what G2R is currently doing. Pike going for a hook, does hook in the Skarner, but does nothing except maybe annoy the jungler of G2R. Now you see that Hokai is doing his own blue buff, will be taking that and maybe heading over to the red buff of G2R's side. In the top side, it's going to be that Tom versus the big bad bear of Volley. They have started their standard items. Volley is instead this time choosing to go for the lethal tempo, but look over here, fight is breaking out. The Skarner has overstayed his welcome. The Yone is here for support to maybe give a way out for the Skarner. Skarner is walking out very slowly and the pings are still going down on that side of the map. Kha'Zix is close by. Instead of maybe going directly to the red buff, was here to maybe shadow it, but they could not actually close up on that opportunity.
Yeah, 100%. And only the flash burn from the Skarner is going to get his blue buff as well. Has taken the Raptors as well. So let's see if he decides to go towards that top side of the map. I do think that worked out in favor for him. A camp ahead, even on the bot side of the map. You can see the Pike is still level 1. So he missed out on a lot of experience as well. Will connect the hook right there, but to no end product, as Kha'Zix is going to pick that red buff. Volibear is going to go and check it right now. They will get the info that the buff has been taken away. But as it stands, the Skarner is 2 camps ahead, 2 full camps ahead, and might be 3 camps ahead pretty soon, as he is looking to clear his wolves, while the Kha'Zix goes for a level 2 gank in the mid lane for some reason. Will not burn anything from the Yone. The Corki will be able to go back and get some items for himself, getting that cheat recall. But I think that worked out in favor of G2R heavily, especially Ninja Way on that Skarner, and we have seen him play this Skarner. He is so good at this champion, always connects his ultimate all to multiple targets, or at least the targets that are very crucial. We might have a little fight there at Scuttle Crab, but the Skarner is level 4, so I'm not too sure if the Kha'Zix can fight back.
Yeah, and the Kha'Zix will be sort of against the wall. The Yone is also close by. Kha'Zix being forced to leap away to safety. Corki is also here for the follow-up, but won't get much for his troubles given how it's going. But he's still looking to put on the pressure. The Q 3 does miss from the Yone, so just not the damage they're looking for. The Skarner has to run away. The Yone probably will have to
Oh,
but
that's a
fail
failed
flash
flash.
against into the wall. That will be the death of the Yone. And look at this, the rest of the members of KEKXILE are right here. The Volibear will also be going down for all these troubles. So an early fight's breaking out 2-0 in the favor of KEKXILE right now. And I think Hammy Bhai is cursing himself for that flash right there.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you never want to see that. You never want to do it. So that was quite bad. As unto death, Hammy Bhai is going to get a really big trade. Actually, this might be a solo kill. I mean, there you go. What are you doing, Fahad? Like, I am not too sure if he expected the damage or what, but it just seemed like he was out of it. And off that, a fail flash, a death, a recall, he comes back, TPs into the lane and gets a solo kill onto the side of Fahad. So that was a huge misplay coming out. And as you see in this fight in the river for the Scuttle Crab, which was picked up by the Skarner, all the supports roamed in as well. Obviously, the Pike will do much more in these sort of skirmishes than the Lulu. But what happened here to the Corki? I'm still flabbergasted at how he ended up dying.
Yeah, and he still had flash up, right? She just maybe not exactly anticipating the amount of damage that Yone can dish out like that. And, Hammy making up for his failed flash over there, does come back, does get the lane for himself, gets another reset as well. Is back in lane, up in CS, around 11 CS, up in the top side, the same almost pictured numbers coming up, 9 for the Volibear. Volibear is running the lethal tempo as well, so we will be looking for those extended fights against the Tahm Kench exactly over here. Nice Q into the E from the Volibear. Tahm Kench being forced to run away. The Volibear jumps in on him. One
Oh,
more
that's
auto, and
another
there
solo
it is, the solo bolo from the big bad bear onto the fish in the
Yeah.
top side, and
And
it looks like KEKXILE don't have an answer.
Yeah, and G2, these are the two champions that had died in the earlier skirmish. Both of them were 0-1. Find the solo kills into their respective lanes right there. Look at the plates, 2 plates gone down already. This Volibear, who is, it looks like, making Nasher's Tooth, is going to wreak so much havoc towards that top side of the map, especially after the Void Grubs have also been picked up from the side of Skarner as he is taking those. Pike is in the mid lane, but I don't think there is a gang to be had here. Uh, Hammy Bhai
Yeah,
has
the hook
the
misses
R
over
for
there.
himself, is going to use it and get out. Baits out the Pike Ignite as well, so no problem at all for him.
Yeah, I think if that hook connected, would have been a different scenario, but yeah, hook misses pretty wide on his intended target. Hammy using the ultimate to run away, even taking with the ignite, the Lulu shield was there just in case. I don't think he dies no matter what exactly does happen over there. Now the Lulu will be here to pick up some XP on the lane while, Hammy comes back into lane. But on the top side, look at this wave. It's going to be crashing into the Volibear. The Volibear with the passive can make short work of this, especially his E. E doesn't connect to that many minions. Now you can see Hoka picking up his own blue buff for himself, is still behind 10 CS to the Skarner, so that's because of the early exchanges that did happen where Skarner even took some camps before going away back to his own jungle. Skarner will be now looking to maybe pick up his blue or red that will be coming up very relatively soon. The bot side, you can see the CS difference as
That's
well
a
in
very
favor
cute
of the
Kog'Maw skin
Ziggs.
right there. It's the Bulldog Kog'Maw. It seems like that's a very cute skin. But level 6 has been hit for Kha'Zix. Even the Skarner, who is picking up his own red buff right here, looking to make that hard steal. In the top side of the map, Haunting Guys actually was picked up by the Volibear, so just looking to do health person based damage. As you can already see, whenever he gets his W up, looks for a trade. Both the junglers are going to spot each other out. I mean, there is a big CS lead in the top side of the map, Madness. The almost 23 CS for that Volibear on the top side, as the Crab will be picked up by Skarner. Kha'Zix getting his own red buff, but is in vision, was spotted by the ward that has been placed behind the Raptor pit. And a sort of a lull state coming in, but I mean, G2R should be feeling really good because they are tracking the jungler really well. As we said that a gank is going to come in, cancels the Tahm Kench W, uses the suppression really well. Tahm Kench does not still have flash, So this might be yet another kill, and that is the tried and tested formula for the side of G2R. Just gank Scythe whenever you can, and Hades will take advantage. It happened in game 2, it is happening in game 4 as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Just excellent work from the both the top laner and the jungler of G2R on that gank. Cancels the Tarmage W. Tarmage can't do much. Volibear just getting so many plays. The spike pick not coming into that much effect as they wanted. The Kog'Maw is behind in CS but is slowly farming up. The top side is honestly where the CS difference is. This Volibear has almost got his own first turret for himself at around the 10-minute mark, so he's gonna be pretty big as well. They have picked up the first 3 grubs for themselves on G2R side, while KEKXILE have picked up the Chemtech Drake for themselves. Sorry, the Hextech Drake for themselves. Now look at this. The Kog'Maw is very dangerously low. Will be looking to get out of that ultimate, but the shields from Lulu are just about enough. Not even burning any of the summoners from the side of the Kog'Maw, so he gets out of there relatively scot-free. The Ziggs with his lost chapter does have enough mana regen so that he gets what he wants. Now the Kha'Zix is close by, maybe looking to make a dive here on the Lulu. She's left alone. She has tasted the color purple before, but she'll probably taste the color gray right about now. And she goes down there in the side. Nice flash away by the Corki from the ultimate from the Yone just to stay alive over there. And excellent work coming out from Hoka on the bot side.
Yeah, but another gang coming in towards the top side of the map. Flash being burned for the side of Tamkenj yet again. This guy cannot catch a breath right here. 40 CS almost behind. A good play coming in from Hammy as well in the mid lane, burning the Corki Flash for just his ultimate, so he can look to rinse and repeat that sort of play again whenever he has that skill available for himself. Is keeping up in farm as well, almost 10 CS ahead, as Corki is going to W win. I don't think that was a great decision. Let's see if he ends up dying for it. It looks like he will. Fahad has died twice for no reason at all. Why would you Valkyrie in when you don't have the flash available, as Lulu is going to get caught out? Uses her flash, will dodge the hook as well, should survive. Is not level 6 yet, so remember that. But the Kha'Zix Hoka finds himself staring at the gray screen yet again, and it looks like whatever G2R is doing right now seems to be working really well for them.
Yeah, absolutely. They're popping off, and look at this. They're
Ike?
going to catch out the Pike, but he does get the double stun from his E onto them. But Skarner is not done just quite yet. Will be looking to get the dragon for himself. Pike even being forced to burn his flash as well in that fight. So now you have a flashless Kog'Maw, flashless Lulu, flashless Pike. But in the top side, you can see things where a nice
Oh,
ultimate from
beautiful
Skarner gets to members, but he was rooted in place over there. Could not move, and that was pretty much a dead Ziggs. He does have flash, but where will you even go? And now this will be looking like G2R will be
Oh,
looking to pick up
this.
one of the tricks. They've already picked up 6 grubs also for themselves.
Yeah, this early game is horror for the side of KEKXILE. Spike will find the death mark right there, gets a kill. Kha'Zix is going to finish the Kog'Maw, as Corki picks up the Yone, not before the Yone picking up the Pike himself, as the dragon is turned uh, upside down, and it looks like KXK will be picking that up. But look at the top side. I think the damage has already been done. The Volibear was able to pick up T2 turret at 12 minutes. That is unheard of. If we can just look at the gold that is available to him right now, after he has already completed one complete item. I mean, look at that. 2,400 gold, 6,600. That is 2,000 more than any other person on the map right now. I mean, that is going to be so much trouble for these guys. I don't think they have the damage to kill the Volibear. He just spent 2,000 gold, so I would like to see what item has he picked up, as he finds himself running towards that bot side of the map. And Navori Flicker Blades has been completed. 2 item Volibear at 13 minutes is just so oppressive. I mean, I just don't want to see any team fights where he's involved, because I know what that looks like.
Yeah, absolutely. Has a Rift Maker, has the very Flicker Blade. He's just humongous right now. The CS difference between him and the Tom Kench. just a canyon at this point. He's just so far ahead. The hook of that pike just completely whiffing the mark over there. So it's just not looking like what they wanted. Last time in those fights in the Dragon, they did come out a bit on top, but they are still around 3k gold behind from the side of KEKXILE right now to G2R's side. And looks like the Skarner wants to get the Rift Herald as well. They have all 6 grubs, don't have any dragons, which is a good point given that this is going to be an Infernal Soul map, right? And KEKXILE already have 2 drakes to their name, so that could be one of their win factors over here if they play it out safely. But Hoka on this Kha'Zix has been good, but not as good as he was on the Rengar, and now the TP down from the Tam Kench. The Volibear is rocking into a lot of members over here. Will safely make it away to a safe spot. The vision clears from the Pike as well being done. The Pike already has his Serrated Dirk as well. The Luden's Echo from the Ziggs. The Corki has completed his Trinity Force finally, and also has quite a significant stacks on the tier. In the top side, the Herald being used to make a dent basically in the tier 3 turret on the top side. But here in the bot lane, you can see the Volibear is getting caught out, has to ult, has to flash to run away. The Kha'Zix goes down instead over there. Bit of an over aggressive misplay by Hoka.
Yeah, I think this game is done already. I mean, that Volibear, after taking so much damage, is able to survive and then get a kill for himself. That is just illegal. And look at the top side of the map. The turret has taken so much damage there, as well as Skarner is actually going to find a few people, not going to pull the trigger right now. And I just want to say, if you're going to pick Tamkench, why don't you just make Hard Steel? It's such a broken item. You can get the stacks very early on, as Kog'Maw with the speed boost, the drugs that he's getting fed by the Lulu, the purple drugs, let's not talk about those though. Gets the kill onto the Pike, as well as from the flank Hammy is going to come in, connects the ultimate onto the Ziggs, and that's going to be another kill. Corki in return will get the shutdown onto the Skarner, but they are still not able to match this Volibear towards the bot side of the map, as he's going to pick up yet another turret for himself. And look at the gold, 4,000 gold already. Oh,
this might be a dead Corki as well. If the Corki gets down,
it
shut down.
is.
Finally, the bear might be going down as well, and that's claimed up by Hoka. He gets that shutdown all for himself. This Kog'Maw is also pretty accelerated. Has the Ginsu's Rage Blade already in his pocket, so he will also be doing a ton of damage. Now you can see the Bork also completed by the Yone. Has the Berserkers, gives a lot of attack damage, and that's weird, neglecting even the fact that this is a Volibear, right? There are already so many other Fed members, and this Volibear is just going to be unkillable. So Hades loves playing these unkillable type champions essentially when he gets that lead, and he utilizes it very efficiently. Pulls a lot of members down. He does end up going down, but in the meantime, in the mid lane, you see the Corki once again falling to the hands of the Yone, who's been on his rear the entire matchup essentially over here, and not letting it go. Now it's going to be important who gets this next Drake, because it's going to, if KEKXILE get it, it's going to be their sole point right after that point. So I really don't want to see any of that things happening. I think G2R need to get a track of this dragon situation, given how far ahead they are currently in terms of gold, in terms of kills, in terms of pressure across the entire map essentially.
Yeah, 100%. But if you are KEKXILE, how do you fight G2R right now? You're almost like 5,000 gold behind. The Volibear is unkillable. He is, it looks like, making. What is he making? The Night's Vow, perhaps? Not too sure about that. The Immortal Shield Boy is going to come in for the side of Yone as well. Obviously, not able to push the lane of that Ziggs, who can just keep using these bombs, as he will look to go all in right here. That's a lot of damage. I think that's a dead Ziggs. And the Pike is going to come in, but I'm not too sure if he can do anything there, as the top turret is taking a lot of damage for the side of G2R, but they are getting these objectives on the other sides. The dragon has been picked up. The tier 2 mid turret has taken a lot of damage already. The Ziggs has died. The bot camps are going as well. I mean, G2 are just looking really, really strong in this game 4. I mean, they have come out fighting after that game 3 mistake, you might call it, in terms of how heavily they lost. But I mean, it has not affected them at all coming into this game 4.
Yeah, and the longer this game goes, it just keeps on going even more favor of G2R, given how their comp is for later team fighting. It's just
100%.
gonna put them at a place that KEKXILE can't even maybe 1v2 their members at that point. So it's gonna be impossible for KEKXILE to actually do anything unless they get a grip of it right now. It's already pretty much far out of their hands, given that it's almost a 5k goal lead in favor of G2R right now. They are putting out all the stops, and as you said, they came out completely swinging. The Mortal Shield Bow completed by the Yone, the Heart Steel by the Skarner. He's getting even more armor items for himself. The Kog'Maw's on his way towards the Wit's End as well. So, just all in all, just domination from G2R side, and they've come here saying, no, guys, we're going to end this at a game for from the likes that they have been playing. And this Kha'Zix pick was looking spicy a bit, in the champ selection, but just not being fully utilized given how far behind the Tahm Kench is and how far behind the Ziggs is currently.
Yeah, I mean, it is Hoka's. I mean, sort of a main champion, you can call it, along with the Rengar. He has climbed the Middle Eastern ladder quite a bit with that champion, so it is one of his comfort picks. But I don't think it has just worked out too well for him. Uh, I mean, it's not his fault though. Honestly, the Corki died twice, maybe thrice solo in the mid lane. The Tam Kench, not really doing himself a favor by dying solo to the Volibear as well, as Hoka is looking to snipe someone right here. I don't think he can. Um, it's just very weak from the solo laners, honestly, and it's showing in the game, right? 4.5, 5,000 goal lead for the side of G2 are just very comfortable, and they're coasting really well into the late game as well. 2 items completed for the Kog'Maw. Same for the Yone. The Skarner is going to pick up his second item pretty soon, I'm sure. The Volibear is well ahead of the curve right now, has probably completed his third item once he goes back to the base after picking up of so many turrets and gold for himself. So it just looks very, very rough for the side of KXK. And the bar a Baron throw or something like that, I just don't see how they come back into the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Now aggression being shown from G2R's side, forcing a couple of flashes from the Pike essentially over there. That's what they'll get for the trouble of the Yone committing his ult also to the fight. But look at this, all the members are having to go
They're
towards
running towards
mid and
Baron,
bot side.
seems like.
But look at this, the Yomu's weak channel by... Oh my god, the Kha'Zix is going in, but do you have the damage? No, you're going to go down again to the turret over there. Not much can be said in this scenario. The Pike goes down as well. One by one, KEKXILE
Yeah,
members from the
that's
Ziggs is
game.
down as well. Yeah, and Tahm Kench has essentially just come in for his death at this point. He is not looking to be anything. He does have the flash, will get stunned up before the plant can be used, but the plant gets used and he can run away. And now this is definitely a sure shot Baron call from the side of Gear to Revolution. And yeah, as Kaka said, this looks like the beginning of the end.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, as you said, it does look like the beginning of the end. Volibear going to pick up the second turret in the mid lane as well for himself. Huge team fight, honestly. A 4 for nothing for the side of G2R. Again, just an overstep from Hoka on the Kha'Zix. I mean, not able to connect his damage. Ends up paying for it with his life. The Yone gets the kill. The Kog'Maw is able to finish. Pike, I think it was in the mid lane as well. And it just, the game has been turned around completely. And I really don't see a way for KXK to come back in this one. I mean, look at the items. Yone went back, bought a BF sword, bought a pickaxe. He's looking strong. Spirit Visage completed for the Volibear, so his healing and shields become even more obnoxious right now. The Zeal picked up for the Kog'Maw as well. 2 items completed for the Skarner. I mean, how do you come back in this game if you are KEKXILE?
Yeah, there's absolutely no way in it. A 5v5 fight
beautiful.
is especially not what you do. Nice corner ultimate, gets the Tom, gets the bike, and now the rest of the Metal KEKXILE are trying to run away. Corky, you don't have many places to go, my friend, except to the gray screen. And now they're flashing forward. They're looking for everything. Bit of
Nah,
stands
this
over
is
here.
a
There goes.
massacre.
This is a complete massacre. This is a genocide by the likes of it. And the Ziggs will also not be spared. There's just too many tanks over here. The Volibear is just taking so many tower shots and does not matter to him. I think that is looking like a complete game for G2R's favor, and this will be looking like them becoming the champions of our tournament, especially how they're playing. Look at this. And I honestly did not like, the beginning parts where the Corki gave those 2 free kills essentially to the Yone, not respecting his damage, especially how the Volibear played it topside. Not a proper build pattern from the Tom, in my opinion, for the members right now. And now even the Kog'Maw is just so fed, and there's nobody who can essentially touch him from the side of KEKXILE.
Nah, no, they really can't. They lack the damage, they lack the engage to do it as well. And honestly, I mean, right now they are just so far behind. That's a 13,000 goal difference between the two teams at 25 minutes. All 3 inhibitors have gone down sub 25 minutes along with the Baron. I mean, this is a whitewash and then some, right? I mean, you can't contest anything. This is such a I wouldn't even call it a slow death. It's an instant death right here, and it all started with those solo kills in the laning phase. I mean, just look at the items. Infinity Edge completed for the Yone. I mean, I think this game ends in the next 60 to 90 seconds. Honestly, 4 items completed for the Volibear at 25 minutes is unheard of. The unending despair will come out for him, and the unending despair will come out for the side of KEKXILE as well. As I do believe G2R will look for that one final push and end KEKXILE's misery and win the championship for themselves.
Yeah, and now that's the Kog'Maw is reset. He's coming back down the mid lane. Once he reaches over here, I think G2 are just going to look for the kill essentially. Now you don't have much. Skarner was looking for a pick, did not hit his mark essentially over there. Yone is going to run away with his Q3. They're just waiting for honestly the Kog'Maw and the Lulu to walk in with the rest of the team, and they're just surrounding them from every single side of their base. KEKXILE, you have nowhere to run. You are being overrun in your hole. An excellent 3-man Yone ultimate at the back end of that. He didn't even need to. He's just styling on them at this point. Hammy Meiser, take a bow with that ultimate. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. G2R will take the series 3-1 in your grand finals of the IMCharlie Community Clash to be your champions and cement themselves in history of our community clashes.
Yeah, 100%. And what a dominating game 4 coming out from the side of G2R. Like, this was not a close game. Once those kills started coming, it never stopped for them. A huge top gap in this game, for a huge gap in the mid lane as well, where Hammy was able to get multiple solo kills onto Fahad. And if you give Ninja his corner, he is going to show up. And then they had Simp and Smoker as well down towards that bottom side, just in case this game did go to that late game, but it never needed to. 26 minutes and some is all they needed to end this game, and G2R 3-1 are your IMCharlie Community Clash champions. And now we have champions from 3 different countries already, in India, Sri Lanka, and now Pakistan. So all of these teams will be meeting each other in the next one as well, I'm pretty sure. But for now, we will speak about G2R and how they have made it look so easy against KEKXILE, who were looking so strong in semi-finals one not like 2-3 days ago.
Yeah, they did put on a dominant performance. Even the last game where KEKXILE played, they were really good, right? They put on the performance of a lifetime, essentially, the way they were playing it. But right here in this draft, I think is essentially where KEKXILE lost it, right? You don't have much to answer the Volibear. Once your Tom is behind, you don't even have that much of a meat shield that you can hide behind or protect your back lines. So it's just harder and harder for them as the match goes on. Now with the Yone, excellent plays coming out from Hamibai, and then you have the Kog'Maw also free hitting from behind the Lulu, giving the support that is needed. And it was just a complete stomp of KEKXILE over here in this part. And Hoka's, Kha'Zix was looking a bit, nice in the beginning, but just couldn't, cement it at the end. Not many attackers that he could assassinate or even reach towards, right? With that being said, guys, we'll be looking a bit at the highlights, the crucial moments of this entire Game 4 of this Best of 5 series.
I mean, you can call them crucial moments. I would be calling them a G2R montage right here, as they were just owning. I mean, this was a failed flash, obviously, but I think that is the only mistake that Nahami made on this champion right here. Comes back, TP's back into the lane, gets that 1v1 kill as well. I mean, look at this bot side of the map. The Volibear is able to escape and gets that bite, the yummy bite onto the Kha'Zix, heals himself, and the Kha'Zix goes down instead. Here, I think the Yone Hami again catches the Corki mid Valkyrie, and then this game, everywhere you look, it's just G2R slapping KXK on their faces with their wallet, and just, I mean, utter annihilation in Game 4.
Yeah, absolutely. And at this point, this is one of the fights where what do you even do as the Tam who's come in so late? You're going to have to use your flash. You're going to have to try and run away. The Corki is there on the side. He can also do nothing except watch his teammates die. The Skarner comes in over here. He's going to get a nice two-man ult onto the Tam Kench and the Pike. They just get completely, absorbed by G2R over there. Now, nowhere for the Corki to run. A very flashless Corki. And they're going to chase down the members of KEKXILE one by one. The Kha'Zix goes away. The volley is gonna flash forward, hits the Q into the E, and the Ziggs is the lone man over there, just trying to run away on his little legs to all the glory he can find. But he's not even gonna be spared. Even he goes down over there. That was a triple kill for the Bear, and he was one of the talking points as well, alongside the Yone and the Kog'Maw in this matchup completely. Now you see an excellent triple man ult from the Yone. He lines them up like kebabs on a skewer and just takes them down. He just gets as much as he can with the crowd control, and this puts a statement on just the match they have. I think this is the most dominant match we've even had in the tournament so far, the way they have played it. It was a 26-minute match, but I think we could have called it by the 15-minute mark, while the way it was going on.
Yeah, and just look at the scoreboard and the goal lead that G2R had for themselves. 14k at the end of the game, 26 minutes and 43 seconds, 6 void grubs to 0, 1 Rift Herald, 1 Baron. Did share the Dragon 2 apiece, but that did not really matter. 24 kills to 8. Just a very dominating performance.
Yeah, absolutely a dominant performance. They get all the void grubs. They were a bit behind, in the Drakes in the beginning, but pick up the later 2 Drakes for themselves, get the Rift Herald, get the Baron, and just completely stomp it. They took their time nicely and easily and cruised their way to victory after getting those initial fights that went completely almost always in their favor, especially in the top lane where the Tam Kench was, starved of a lot of CS. The Volibear and the Skarner with the repeated ganks there on the top side was making a difference. Yone, in the meantime, after he did that failed flash, came back, got the kill on the Corki, did almost a rinse and repeat on the same number, got another kill for himself, and was just looking really strong and looking like a completely different Hami than he was yesterday on this champion, and was just showing us exactly why we talk about this man so much.
Yeah, 100%. That's the Hami we know and love. And speaking of which, we are going to look at the MVP of this game for the final match, as it turned out to be. And singing his praises, I think it's fit for him to show up on the screen. 9-2 and 5 on that Yone, 8.8 CS per minute. Almost 13k gold for himself, 693.69 damage per minute. Hamza Haroon, also known as Hami, probably one of the best mid laners in the region, is going to be our MVP for this game 4.
Yeah, and just exceptional showing from 9-5, and one of those deaths even being just because a failed summoner spell where they were a bit caught out of the river. So he essentially only had one bad death, right? Except for that 9 kills, 5 assists, and he was just looking like he was locked in, especially that last ultimate that he did knock off, or maybe just style points, because it was not even needed at the point given how far ahead his team was, and he led his team to glory completely. And it just shows you this man is not just in Australia a one trick, right? He can play a bunch of different champions. Maybe one day he plays a champion map, but the next day he shows you why this man is known, as Kaka rightly said so, one of the best mid laners in the region. And with that being said, he has secured his team the championship of the IMCharlie Community Clash Cup, and he just does not stop here. And I just can't wait to see what they're going to do in the next tournament and how they're going to maybe be a challenger to Temple of Kings, essentially.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's our matchup that we would all be hoping to watch. And let's just, talk about KEKXILE for a minute as well, who did have a really solid game 3, who did win out their semi-finals in a very convincing fashion against Tyson Warriors. So no slouches either. KEKXILE, really great team as well, and if they can just keep on joining these tournaments and getting these experiences in, then they will be a team to look forward to as well and to watch as well, because I do believe they can be a really strong version of themselves, and they did show some glimpses in the 4 games that we had today.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially like game 3, even in the semi-finals where they faced off, they had a stomp of their own where they showed you why they were rightfully so in the grand finals along with us. But yeah, the boys from Pakistan over there on that side gonna maybe have to work on it a little bit, maybe fine-tune some finer points, maybe fix a bit of the draft mistakes that they have been making. And yeah, they'll come back. I'm pretty sure they'll come back stronger than ever, especially at our next tournament. So I can't wait to see more from them. And these are names to be noted, guys. These are your top contenders who you will be seeing also in future tournaments. So be sure you recognize them, show them love whenever you see them coming up on your screen, and you'll have some familiar faces to root for after all at the end of the day.
Yeah, 100%. I that was great. Having said that, now the tournament has finished. Let's look at the top 5 summoners and see if any positions has moved. I do believe Fahad was the one who was leading the charts at the start, and Maz Ansari is going to move up. So 3 of the top 5 summoners actually coming in from KEKXILE right there, and 2 from Gear to Revolution, Hamza Haroon of course. Third there, 48 kill, 35 deaths, 57 assists, a huge jump in damage numbers. And there you go, Hades as well, performing exceptionally in the top lane. I mean, he was really great today. So yeah, I mean, these are your top 5 summoners for this tournament.
Yeah, and also like another point, right? Hammy before I think this grand finals was on the 5th spot. Sixes was in 2nd. Because of this entire matchup, Hammy's moved up to 3rd, given the amount of kills that he was getting. Huge amount in damage numbers as well. And you can see that even though KEKXILE did go down, in the grand finals, they have 3 members over here. That says a lot about their team over here. Hades is bringing up the rear with 47 kills. Hoka tied up with him as well. The deaths a bit more favoring Hoka's side, with him only having 23 while Hades having 27. And it's all the talks about the Ansari man right there. He has 56 kills to 26 deaths on the lower side, so he has been putting on a performance. Unfortunately did not clutch it up for his team in this tournament, but I just don't think you can rely on one person, right? It's always a team effort in a team game like this, so it's never going to be just one factor. It's going to be just like small factors that lead up to the end of the day being the big change. So hopefully they can rectify these kind of things and come back stronger.
Yeah, having said that, now we do have the captain of Team G2R waiting by the wings for an interview. So let's pull him up on the screen and talk about how these games went for him. Good to see you, Ninja. Congratulations on winning the Community Clash. And how was the experience in these 4 games, especially game 3 where you did end up losing, right, in a very dominating fashion?
Yeah, the thing was, we already knew what was going to happen when he picked Rengar, but we tried to cheese and we felt very good them.
Yeah, I mean, that was really well played. Now, in this tournament specifically, we had 4 semi-finalists. 3 of them were Pakistani teams, and we have been waiting for the Pakistani teams to come in and play. Of course, top 4 teams from the last tournament could not participate. But what are your expectations going into the next tournament, which will be of 100,000 rupees? That will be the big tournament. That's where the bigger teams will come. The Indian teams, especially the top 2 teams in Temple of Kings and Kakao Gaming, and all of these guys will play as well. Of course, you have played against the best teams. We have played against each other as well in the past. So, what is your expectation coming into those big tournaments?
So the thing was, when we recently started again playing, me and me boys. So last tournaments we didn't have the practice together, but going into this tournament we practiced really hard. But our aim is for the next big tournament, because of course we want to play against the best teams from India and Sri Lanka also. So it will be really tough, but it will be fun. Hopefully.
Yeah, 100%. With that, we do have a few clips to show you actually, and let's just talk about the in-game stuff that happened, and just pulling that up on the screen as well right now. I mean, just talk to us about, your top laners ends up dying here 1 versus 1 against the Tamkench. So what's going on in your head, because that Tamkench can be, a very oppressive champion?
No, the thing was, we had Kale, so we already knew he will lose early. But we were just trying to get him into the mid lane so we can rotate him around wherever he can get farm. So that was a little bit unlucky, because Tamkench just scored 6 on the same time he was trying to push. But he ended up carrying, so it's really good. We already knew that the game was in our pocket because of the comps. So it's really good game from 100%. Us and from them.
You did get MVPs in 2 of the 4 games, the game 1 and game 2 on the Y and Skarner. I was surprised the Skarner didn't come out in game 3 and earlier in game 4 in the draft, especially because I think that champion is just way too broken, and if you can play it, I think you just pick it every time it's open, right?
Yeah, but against Rengar, actually the tempo Rengar takes is really fast. So I wanted to pick something that can match his tempo. But I don't think the Skarner would have made any difference in game 3. But Skarner is really good pick for us. Hopefully we will try to play it more. So it's really team oriented. So my team as well played really good around me. So shoot up.
You were getting like a bunch of 2-man, 3-man ults also with your Skarner, which was very nice to see the way it was being played with your team, right? Like so much synergy was sitting down. So I can see the practice is paying off. So like for practice, are you guys doing like daily scrims, or like what's the routine like?
No, mostly we play flex and in-house scrims with just Pakistani team against these teams a lot, like Hoka. So mostly we scrim together all week, and we both knew what the other team gonna pick and how we can play around it. So it's on this day we just played back.
You say that, and then game 1 Hammy gets Irelia anyway. So I am not too sure
that was
how that works.
That was OTP game 1. So
I'm always
really good. Like many teams
champ.
try to do that. They try to leave in the open and see how one goes, and
they find out really soon that maybe we should just ban it.
Straight up game to ban for the
hopefully
after
the next tournament. In the next tournament, many teams can try leaving Aurelia just to check. But Hammy is really exceptional on Aurelia, and we all know that. So it's like perma ban, but
I think we have known that for more than 5-6 years now. Even when I used to play against him, we would ban Irelia because we are not flipping the game off that one pick. We don't need to find out how good he is on that champion. just ban it and make it an even series, right? But anyway, Ninja, congratulations. Thanks for the interview as well. Hopefully we will see more Pakistani teams in the top 4-5 spots in the bigger tournaments as well. And it's again really great to see you, Zen and Hammy Bhai come back in and just performing to the levels that I have seen personally online as well. Great job. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you so much. Have a good day.
All right, guys, that was Ninja Way, captain of G2R, after winning the IMCharlie Community Clash. We do have another one coming in. The games will start next week. Registration ends on the 5th or 4th. I believe that's going to be Shriman Legend Community Clash for 100,000 rupees. There you go, December 6th to December 15th. That will be the grand final date. These tournaments just keep on coming, and if you guys are not participating, then I'm not sure what you are doing. So join our Discord server, follow us on social media, do join these tournaments. We have another event going on, finding Timo, on our Discord server. That's lol INSA. So do not forget to take part in that as well. Again, the tournaments are coming thick and fast. Make your team. If you are someone who does not have a team, you can obviously find players in the Discord server as well. Just don't miss out. I mean, this is like the golden hour, the golden age for the League of Legends in India, and if you're not participating, you're missing out on a whole bunch of prize money, a whole bunch of fun activities, tournaments, events. Just don't do that.
And like even like opportunities to make new friends, right? Because like some of my best friends in life are from these from video games, from League, from a bunch of other things you play. So these are like bonding opportunities. Also, guys, like if you don't have teams, we do have solo registrations for players where we'll help you find teams as well. So that's a shot that you can go for if you're just coming back into the scene after seeing all these tournaments, feeling the hype of these kind of games that are happening out. You're feeling like, yeah, we can get back into the scene. So please do make sure you do register for that, and registrations will be closing, yes, on the 4th or the 5th. Make sure you get those details down. And yeah, that will be the 1 lakh tournament. We'll have all the teams, the 4 teams also that were not present here. So you'll have tournament favorites like Temple of Kings, Kakao Gaming will also be returning. So it's going to be interesting to see how these teams face against the new champions as well, right? G2R, you have Phoenix Gaming, the Sri Lankan ones who did win. So it's going to be like a mix and match, like a very big hot pot of our nations and the different styles that you do play over here.
Yeah, having said that, guys, last shout out to Crucial by Micron, who did present us with this tournament. IMCharlie Community Clash, powered by Zotac Gaming. It's me, Kaka, and Madness, my co-caster, and the production team as well, signing off. And we will see you in the next one, which is starting just next week.
Peace.
System. Alright, let's do this.
Once there was a hunter who saw what others could not. With a magic case in her backpack, she roamed with wild abandon into the great unknown. Her gaze inescapable, her reflexes lightning fast. When armies swarmed, she went through. With eyes open wide, hands steady, holding, watching, capturing everything in sight.
The Crucial Pro DDR5 RAM kit comes with a sleek, modern look that will complement any build. But aesthetics aside, it's the performance that really matters. So let's dive into it. The default JEDEC timings are 46, 45, 45, but it does come with 2 XMP and Expo settings for those looking for a little more performance. With XMP 3.0 Profile 1, you can push the speed up to 5600 megatransfers per second. If you prefer a slightly lower speed but tighter timings, Profile 2 offers 5200 megatransfers per second at 42, 42, 42 timings. We've run some benchmarks and stress tests to give you an idea of how it performs. In general, dropping the speed and tightening the timings with the second XMP/Expo profile yielded better results for us on our test system. Paired with a Ryzen 7800X 3D, we saw anywhere from a 1 to 5% performance bump depending on workloads. All in all, the Crucial Pro DDR5 64GB RAM kit by Micron is a fantastic choice for first-time builders and enthusiasts alike.
the whispers, listen close. I know you've never strayed from the fold, but that's how freedom begins. Bended knees and broken bones, a bleeding heart never bleeds alone. I am one of many cries. We are far from the ashes. Rise up, break the cage, be the lion, be the storm, be the strike of the lightning. Rise with the dawn, rage like the sun. This is what we came for. Revolution. Burn your bridges, make your choice. Fight your demons, raise your voice. They're only silent if we're making noise. So let the battle begin.